Okay, good evening. We'll call this meeting to order. And do we have any need, well, actually, we are going to amend the agenda, and we'll let the superintendent.
Thank you, President Peterson. Staff is requesting that we move item 15B2 to the top of the conference item. This was an item where the presenters were here last time but didn't have a chance to report, so we just wanted to let them go first if you agree.
Okay. So can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
I'd like to move that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we don't have any public comments?
Of conference. My apologies.
Okay, in closed session, we'll be doing conference with legal counsel, conference with labor negotiators, and public employee discipline and public employee appointment. I'll entertain a motion to go to closed session.
I move to go to closed session.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Going to call this meeting to order. My pages are sticking together here. Yeah, I'm trying to get to my. All right, if you're able to stand, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Just so you know, one of our employees got sick, and she's very important to us, so it kind of rattled me a little bit. But we're going to get back on track right now. Begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we're going to do roll call.
President Calvin Peterson,
Here.
Vice President James Forsythe,
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez,
Here.
Trustee Shannon Fredericks,
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg,
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro,
Here.
Student Board Member Naima Dickerson,
Here.
Student Board Member Casey Sargent,
Here.
and Student Board Member Sela Duque.
Here.
Okay. We did have action in closed session. My closed session. Okay. Oh, we might need to take a 5-minute break.
Vase, go ahead and go to the standby, please.
Okay, Gina's going to read the report from closed session.
In closed session, the board took action to approve a settlement agreement with regard to employee number 127, a classified employee. The roll call vote was as follows. Motion by Sabrina Rodriguez, second by James Forsythe. Motion passed 5-0 unanimous. In addition, in closed session, the board took action to approve the appointment of Marina Verdian as the Director of Facilities. The roll call vote was as follows. Motion by James Forsythe, second by Calvin Peterson. Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, and now we're on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Peterson. For our first set of good news, I'm actually going to pass this off to Andrea. Andrea, if you would.
Good evening, Board, and welcome to our commissioners as well.
This evening, we're excited to share that the Personnel Commission approved the hiring of Ms. Marina Mihovitsky. And I apologize beforehand if I'm not saying that correctly. Marina as our new Director of Classified Human Resources. Marina comes to us with more than 20 years of experience in public education human resources. She has worked as the Director of Human Resources in the Conejo Valley Unified School District since 2008, and prior to her work there, she served as a personnel analyst for Bassett Unified School District. She brings with her a comprehensive expertise in administering all facets of human resources operations and classified service. She takes pride in fostering a responsive, accountable human resources culture that prioritizes communication, transparency, and efficiency with student and school site needs at the forefront of all she does. She is trusted in the work that she does primarily because she listens carefully, communicates clearly, and approaches each situation with fairness and integrity. We know that she will continue to strengthen the foundation of service that the Classified Human Resources team has built to support Ventura Unified students, staff, and community. Please join us in welcoming Marina to VUSD.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Castro, and District Administration Personnel Commission. I am most humbled by this appointment and amazing introduction. All I can say is that serving in this position is a great privilege, and I am grateful for the trust that's been put before me. I look forward to working collaboratively with everyone here and to the work that we have ahead. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I look forward to meeting all of you shortly. Thank you.
Marina, at this time, we take a few minutes and all the board members say something, so.
Yes, come on back up.
And
We
I
like
get
to keep
honor of
people in the
going first,
spotlight.
So, first of all, congratulations and thank you for taking this appointment. I want to thank the personnel commissioners too. Looks like you made a real good choice. We're real pleased, so thank you for a good job. Do you have anybody with you that you'd like to share that might be here in the audience, or are you by yourself?
Oh, no, I'm just by myself.
Okay.
My husband's actually the head of HR for City of Santa Barbara, so he's got to be working late hours as well.
Well, we always like to give you the opportunity to introduce anybody that you might have. But once again, congratulations and thank you, and we look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on your appointment. Thank you to the Personnel Commission for finding such an amazing candidate, and we know that was a lot of work on your part as well. We really look forward to welcoming you to the VUSD family, and thank you for taking on this role, and we look forward to working with you.
Likewise.
Yes, Marina, welcome to VUSD. We're very excited to have you here, and as you know, our classified staff is a wonderful group of people, and we look forward to having you support their work as we move forward.
I just want to greet my colleagues. Thank you. We really appreciate you being on the commission, and thank you to the commission. We really appreciate that you found such an excellent candidate.
Well, everyone's already said everything that I've thought, but normally the director sings a solo on their first time, so we're wondering. No, I'm just kidding. Welcome, and your resume just stood out from anybody else, so we're very excited to work with you.
Thank you.
I'll just echo the appreciation for the Personnel Commission and the process that brought Marina to us. Marina, it'll be wonderful to work with you again. It's been a number of years since we worked together in Conejo, and really looking forward to you helping us move forward as a district. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you. The energy is great, so I'm super excited. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so on the screen, we'll have some individuals identified for gratitude awards across the district scrolling across, but I have the privilege of identifying just a few individually. And so the first individual we'd like to recognize is Alejandro Mata. He's a student at Foothill Technology High School. Alejandro consistently steps outside of his comfort zone to lift others up. He encourages his classmates to keep going, to stay motivated, and to never give up. In addition to his leadership on campus, Alejandro is thriving in the Ventura Police Department Explorer program, where he continues to impress with his dedication and work ethic. He's always ready to lend a hand to teachers, to fellow students, and he continues to maintain strong grades while balancing his commitments. Alejandro is doing an outstanding job. We're proud to recognize his hard work and positive impact. The next individual is Art Martinez Sr. He's a volunteer at Buena High School. Mr. Martinez is a grandfather of 2 Buena High School students. He volunteers every afternoon at one of the entrances to Buena. He greets those coming and going with a friendly smile and provides a layer of safety by keeping an eye on those who are entering and exiting campus. He's a true asset to the Bulldog community, and they appreciate him a lot. And our last individual is Kendall Griffin, attendance technician at VASE. Ms. Griffin is described as always bringing a positive attitude to everything she does. She's always willing to help no matter what the task. She goes out of her way to welcome anyone who walks through the doors at VASE, typically the first face they see, making everyone feel comfortable and supported. Ms. Griffin's friendliness and professionalism truly stand out. Her efforts are much appreciated, and also if you've never been there, it's probably one of the pinkest places on earth. And so if you would, please join me in celebrating these individuals. Okay, and now I'd like to call Vicki Yashenkov to the mic, if you would, please, for our attendance poster contest winners.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. Well, good evening, school board and executive cabinet. I would like to honor our 3 students. Come on up. So we have 3 students tonight to honor, and our attendance poster contest the theme was Here Today, Ready for Tomorrow. And I think their principals are here too. Come on up, come on up, come on up. And I'd like to honor first. So our first category was for TK through 2nd grade. And we have Rachel Lubos, who's from Lincoln and is in 2nd grade. And congratulations. Here's her poster. Congratulations. Good job. Okay, you can stay here, yes. And then our next student, the category was for 3rd through 5th grade. And the student, Nadia Collins, goes to Juana Maria, and she is in 3rd grade. And here's her poster. Good job. Okay, and our last is for secondary, so it's for middle school and high school. And she is Abigail, too, who's a Balboa student in 8th grade. So congratulations, Abigail. And I just want to thank all of our students who did participate. They all received a certificate, and they were honored at their schools for participating. So we're so excited for all of you helping us so much promote attendance and the importance of being at school every day. You guys did amazing work. So congratulations, and thank you to families for coming out tonight and their principals as well. Thank you so much.
Can we get a picture with them up here with the board? Would that be okay?
You want to get a picture?
And the principals too.
Come on. You go right in there and go get a picture. Come on. Where are you? Thank you. Good job.
All right, good evening, board, families. I hope you have all been enjoying the rain, or at least trying to. I'm going to talk a little bit about the busy month that we've had at Buena High School and a lot of the fun things that have been going on. To start, I wanted to cover some of our homecoming week highlights. The theme this year was Rio, so we started with our rally, we had games, we had a teacher race where all of the teachers dressed up in inflatable animals, raced around the gym, and it was a really great event, lots of spirit, lots of energy. Carried that to our homecoming game against Royal. We won 64-24. And again, just lots of energy. We had great performances from our cheer, dance, and band. So that was really fun to watch. And then we had our homecoming dance with over 500 students attending. So really great participation. It was really amazing to see everyone come out for the dance. And then I just wanted to give a shout out to our drama department. We recently had our Macbeth, our fall play. It began on November 6th, and there were 6 shows, I believe. It was incredible. I went, and I really did enjoy it. I think our drama department does a great job with all of their shows, and I look forward to the spring musical, which was just announced to be Frozen. So that's really exciting. And then moving on to student achievement, our wellness center made the Harvest of the Month persimmon salad and passed it out during lunch to students, staff members, anyone who wanted to try. And it was a really great opportunity to make use of our Harvest of the Month, our recipes, and just to pass it around our school. And then moving on to a really exciting award for our band, first place in percussion, auxiliary guard, and band in general at the Heart Rampage Awards, which is really exciting. We also are hosting a free community event for bands that's happening tomorrow at the Buena Stadium, 6 p.m., free for all ages, all community members, and it's the last hurrah for the band season. After the performance, there will be a instrument petting zoo, as it's called, and everyone can come down, check out the instruments, see what interests them. So it's a really great event, and I recommend if you're free to come out and support. And then moving on, I just wanted to give a big shout out to our College and Career Center. They have really been on it with helping the seniors with FAFSA, financial aid, and helping us with our common applications. So that's been really helpful to me. I know a lot of other seniors have also benefited from this. So I just want to give them a shout out for hard work well done. And then moving on to our choir, they recently took a field trip to Kowloon where they got to speak to a lot of professors that have been helping with our Not So Silent Night album. This year they are producing, I believe it is 2 songs. They're writing and producing them, along with a lot of songs that they are covering. So they got a lot of help with that, a lot of feedback from some experts. So it was really exciting for our choir program to be able to do that. And then adding on to the success of our College and Career Center, they hosted a College and Career Fair on the 5th, where students were able to walk around, browse what schools are in the area, and even some that are out of state. They also had opportunities for careers such as first responders, military, things like that. So it was a great opportunity for students to come in and look around at what they might want to do after high school. And then for more of the events that we held, we had HallowFest, this is our 2nd annual Halloween celebration. It featured a haunted maze, pumpkin painting, costume contest, and a lot more games. It was a community-wide event, so we saw a lot of families, students of all ages come out and have a fun time, and as you can see, there was a lot of really fun costumes. We also had our Oktoberfest hosted by our German program. So again, lots of fun games. There were a lot of traditional German snacks that students got to enjoy, and I think it's just a great way to be familiarized with the culture and really learn about what's going on in the world. Adding on to that, we had our Dia de los Muertos celebration, which is one of my favorite events just because of all the colors and how lively it is. But it featured, again, lots of games. There was food, face paint, and even live dance and singing performances by our own Spanish students and choir students. So that was really amazing to see. And then adding on to some of our educational programs, our CTE Pathways went on a field trip to learn about employment in the trades. So this was hosted at the VC Fairgrounds, and a lot of our students got to go and speak to a lot of workers that are in these fields and just get a lot of insight from them on, again, more opportunities for after high school. And then a really exciting addition for our CTE first responders, they got a simulation screen installed. So it's really cool. It can simulate a lot of the different experiences that first responders go through. And so I think it's great practice for them to be able to kind of experience that and see what this field requires and how they can train for that. So that is super cool and really exciting that we get to start using that. And then we also hosted our Bulldog of the Month lunch, which is a monthly celebration we host. Teachers get to nominate a student that has just been excelling not only academically, but outside of the classroom, and bring them together, celebrate them, give them a certificate. So that's a really special thing we get to do. Even more from this busy month, we hosted our first blood drive of the year. We had a radio laser DJ come and play some music for us during lunch. We had a lot of students dancing in the quad, so that was really fun. And then we had classroom Halloween trick-or-treating the last day before fall break. And as you can see, we had our admin dressed up as characters from Wizard of Oz, which I thought was so fun. And then a few events coming up. We have Food Fair tomorrow, which is where students can come out and support their clubs that are selling snacks, drinks, special treats, so we can get more funding for a lot of our clubs and their activities. We have our Not So Silent Night album release and concert coming up later in December. And then we have our Wellness Center Resource Fair coming up in December, where students can walk around tables, get a lot of resources for mental health, and just check out a lot of the cool opportunities in our community. So that is all I have for you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really glad to be here tonight, and I'm really excited to present some of the highlights that Pacific High School has had from October to now. So, from Hispanic Heritage Month, we did a door poster contest, kind of similar to what we do for Black History Month, but just our school. And we had each of our 11 homerooms make a poster in their homerooms from different themes or events or people. And so in third place, we had rooms 17 and 21. They tied with Lin-Manuel Miranda and the Chicano Blowouts. In second place, we had room 16. They did Frida Kahlo. And then in first place, my homeroom, we did the Jones-Shafroth Act of 1917. Okay, and also the winners for the door poster contest, we got root beer floats, so that was really fun. Okay, so we also, for Hispanic Heritage Month, we have Officer Uribe. He's the officer on our campus. His wife, Monica Uribe, she does Escaramuza, and we had her come. ASB organized it. We had her present and teach the students what one of Mexico's largest female sports does and what it's like. She dressed up for it. She brought all of her accessories. She told us how much her dress cost, and let me tell you, they are so expensive. Her hat, very expensive. And even though she performs in stadiums full of so many people, like thousands of people, she's not much of a public speaker, but she did such a great job. She came 2 days, 1 week apart each, and she did amazing. Okay, and so at Pacific, we did have a Spirit Week. It was maybe not as big as some other schools, but we had an amazing turnout. A lot of students really did show up. So on Monday, we had a Hawaiian tropical theme. And then on Tuesday, we had a novella day. And then on Wednesday, we had a Western theme, like students dressed up as cowboys. Then on Thursday, we had dress as the colors of your flag, or also we had our Halloween costumes. Then on Friday, we had a Jersey day. And on the next slide, we have some of the photos from the students that dressed up. Basically, all the students that dressed up, they went to each classroom so that everyone could vote for who their favorites was. And so in the middle, we have Liz. She's one of the campus supervisors. And then on the side, we have Nikki, who was an inflatable wrestling bear, I guess. Okay, so also very big. In our ASB class, we had the mayor come and talk to us about what Ventura is doing with all the immigration problems in ICE and how are we helping people that may be affected by this. And she told us also more just about what Ventura has coming up and how she started, and she told us about any internship opportunities. And then also we had two of our councilmen, Shoemaker and Maganoin, anyways, come and visit, and they told us about what our local government does. I know a lot of students aren't very aware, so they told us more about how we can get involved, stuff that they have done recently, and they came and visited our American democracy classes and our economics class. Okay, so sorry for the low quality photo, but we had some of our students display their art in the Visual and Performing Arts Showcase. And I will have to point this out. There was a spelling mistake. It said Pacifica instead of Pacific, but I think that just made the night a little more memorable and special. Okay, that's it. Thank you guys so much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to my fellow student representatives for coming out tonight, and thank you to everyone else for coming out tonight. My name is Sela. I'm Ventura High School's representative. I want to start off with culture and climate. We organize a lot of Spirit Weeks. We organized a lot of Spirit Weeks, like Hispanic Heritage Week and October Spirit Week, which included dressing up and activities during lunch like trivia and games. The October Spirit Week had Wear Orange for Unity Day, and we had a poster up, really big poster up in the senior lawn that read, "Be the eye and kind," and people could pose with it and take pictures. I thought that was really cool. We also did that last year, and it was kind of a way for people to bring awareness and recognize what Unity Day really meant. And then we also had a Halloween theme today. I saw a lot of people in full costumes, a lot of inflatables. And then we also had a Pink Out Day for breast cancer awareness, which also tied into the later football game, which was also Pink Out. I saw and heard about an increased amount of participation, and we are continuing to try and raise school spirit through our Spirit Weeks. Continuing with culture and climate, we had our School of Choice night where prospective incoming students could meet with VHS students and faculty to figure out what pathways they might want to take or any classes they may want to take. I thought it was incredibly successful. We had people waiting at the door, waiting inside the room until it started. And I mean, in all my years at VHS, it's the most students I've seen. Our Renaissance class, centered around recognizing achievement around campus, recently celebrated our cafeteria staff with posters and treats. And our Renaissance class has truly, truly been amazing so far this year. I'm really looking forward to what else they would be doing this year. Moving on, we had a group of students from ASB attend the CATA conference, which is the California Association of Directors of Activities. It was at the fairgrounds this year. Students got to participate in activities and hear ideas for increasing school spirit and culture and climate. And in addition to the experience being a platform for bringing these ideas into the classroom and into our school to build on pre-existing ideas and continue to improve. We also had our first rivalry parade. So we had a closed campus, and students had to stay on campus during lunch, which I think was a really good way to make sure everybody knew what was going on. It was an event centered around encouraging excitement for our rivalry against Buena, and to raise awareness of events for all the students on campus. ASB, Renaissance, and football all had fixed floats. You can see it on the screen, with spirit items, and the float with the best decorations received a plaque for having the best decorations, and Renaissance ended up winning this year with their Western Cougar Country theme. And then we had a really good season for state and CIF. Our girls volleyball team made it to CIF finals. They ended up losing, but they still made it to state, and they made it to round 2 of state. And cross country also has made it to CIF finals. They will be competing this Friday. Football has made it to the third round of CIF. They will be playing at Agora High School this Friday. Our athletics program has overall been really, really shining this season, and we are hoping for continued wins for our teams advancing. For upcoming events, the VHS Music Department is having their holiday concert and toy drive on December 7th at 2 p.m. at the VHS Auditorium. ASB is going to be gathering Secret Santa gifts for the ARC Foundation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the quality of life for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And then this Friday, football will be playing in round 3 of CIF, and cross country will be running for CIF finals also on Friday. We will be having Las Posadas on December 3rd from 5:30 to 8 p.m., which will include food and entertainment. And that's going to be it for me tonight. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the next meeting.
Next, we have correspondence.
Thank you, President Peterson. We have 2 pieces of correspondence from the county office. The first is that our unaudited actuals were accepted. The second, which I'll speak in more detail during a subsequent conference item, is the notification that Ventura Unified no longer qualifies for differentiated assistance. This has been a years-long process, and I just wanted to take this opportunity, since people may not be watching later on in the meeting when we get to this agenda. This is a whole district accomplishment. This took everyone for us to be able to move from an area where we would have needed specific assistance, potentially from the county and the state, to no longer needing that assistance. So it's a lot to be proud of, and we'll talk in more depth later on. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we're going to have, we don't have any public comments, so, oh, we do, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's okay. She's doing 2 things tonight, so.
Sorry about that. We do have a few public comments this evening. We will give you 3 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated. Just talk right on into it. First up, we have Michelle Glenn, followed by Nathan Donnelly, followed by Catherine Pike.
Hi, my name is Michelle Glenn, and on behalf of all clerical classified positions, I'm here to tell you about the impact the budget cuts have had on our site every day. I've been a health technician for the past 26 years and an ESSA for the past 12, as well as a CSA for the past 20 years. Due to the budget cuts, I am now short 4 hours every week and will have to start paying 25% of my insurance cost as well as loss of hours, which will cost me over $1,000 a month. I have applied for several open positions since August to make up those hours, but no interviews have been offered as of yet. To help make ends meet, I have been working summer schools, health technician, and recently as recent as the ELOP fall camp. And it is interesting to me that I'm offered a full-time health tech position at those camps, but not for regular school year. And I'm only part-time at 24 hours for health tech. Because my health tech hours decreased 4 hours each week, and we lost our 20-hour ESSA position, our office at Sarah is short 5 hours every day of clerical help every single day, which is impossible to effectively do our jobs when there's only 2 of us in the office. All of the work still needs to be done and falls on our 8-hour office manager every day, and that is not right or feasible. How can one 8-hour employee do all of the work required that normally takes 3 people? I feel strongly that the health technicians are an integral part of every school site, and we provide first aid, manage health cues, immunization compliance, and work closely with the school nurse to help maintain the safety and health of all of our students and staff. and I know each student by name and if they have any health concerns too. My 2 hours a job each day is primarily to take care of the attendance, and I communicate with families who are not attending school and explain the attendance policies and work closely with our principal. Cuts to the health technicians, SS, CSAs, and paras have affected our sites and morale of every student, every staff member, and every family every day, and it's not right. Thank you.
Nathan Donnelly.
Another budget crisis and impending layoffs are looming. You oversaw last year's budget crisis and layoffs. You impacted people's lives. Some were forced to find new employment. Some questioned whether they could pay rent or feed their families. Some had to get a second job. Others had to move to new school sites after decades. You said yourselves that you used to blanket approve the budget. So this management of funds is your responsibility. A recent budget study session demonstrates the illegitimacy of the entire system. The district receives $18 million for special education, but it costs the district $56 million. If the state budgets an arbitrary number for a service that is $38 million short of what is required, then it does not matter how benevolent the chief budget officer is, we will never meet the students' needs. With a CBO who is repeatedly asked by the board to look at each dollar as a job, he refuses. And we find ourselves falling short of meeting students' needs at the end of every year. Instead of looking at the number and thinking, should I fight in Sacramento to get what these special education students need? Asan says, geez, these teachers are asking too much. Healthcare and a living wage? What else do they want? Meanwhile, when new software is presented, new audio equipment, new Promethean boards, new robot lawnmowers, we cannot control our excitement. Then we end up with one attendance office staff for a school of 1,500 students. The staff cannot physically complete their jobs. We must fight for more money. We must recognize the value of living, breathing humans in the office, in the classrooms, in the buses, in the facilities. If we don't do that, we will continue to lose students to other districts and schools. Not one job should be cut this year. We must choose people over robot lawnmowers.
Last up, last up, Catherine Pike.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. Tonight, I wanted to speak to you once again about the exceptional people that are employed by Ventura Unified in both classified and certificated staff. At our school sites, our students are routinely met by some of the kindest and most hardworking people and thoughtful professionals that California has to offer. Each one of those diverse employees and their labor makes an impact on our students, a great and successful impact. Each one of these people personally gives input as to how these students will see themselves at present, but also how they will grow and mold themselves into the great adult people that we know that they are about to become. It is every education support provider and every educator's greatest privilege to be able to assist these students in accessing their educations and to see them grow and thrive. I am here tonight to remind the board of this important note as we sprint closer to the coming year's budget. I urge you to think deeply on this item, to observe the data presented over this month and to investigate that data as thoroughly as we train our students to do. You have heard from our employees at the district what the prior year's cuts have done to our schools, and it has been, frankly, wretched. Each and every working person in our classified and certificated staff have dedicated their labor to the future of every student, and they interact with them daily. When cuts are on the way, as so many of us now anticipate, we urge you to recall this. We have already lost so many of our colleagues to cuts and to bumps in a way that has been so disruptive to our students and campuses. Cuts to personnel will never fail to impact the students that we serve. And as a district, we should seek every alternative measure at every avenue that this is offered as a possibility. Education is a people-powered institution, and it really behooves us to recall this. Not ordering a new set of curriculum or not funding a PD out of state hasn't ever made a student burst into tears, but taking away their favorite person on a campus, that person who makes them feel safe and seen, it absolutely does. I would like to offer you this time to reflect on the weight that our colleagues on site carry daily, wondering if their jobs are safe this year, while they give their best every single day to the most fabulous kiddos that we
30
serve.
seconds.
With that in mind, I urge you, and I offer you the opportunity to join me and millions of other educators, education support providers, and members of our community in envisioning and creating a future where our schools in the 4th largest GDP of the world, the state of California, are fully funded, where California is not the 46th state in funding its schools. This is not out of our grasp, and we urge you to join us in this struggle of ensuring that our students gain what they need in fully funded Californian schools. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to our next item, I would like to invite the public to our next public budget meeting where we will list the definition between restricted funds and unrestricted funds. Next, we have educational services.
President Peterson, just a reminder about our student board members.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I know you guys have a lot of homework, so you can go home, but you can also come to our public meeting about restricted funds and unrestricted funds and what we can do with the money. But have a good night, and thank you for being here. Okay, educational services.
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson, Board. It's a pleasure to bring before you, for your consideration, a new middle school course. Renaissance is a course that we have in our high schools currently. We have Renaissance programs at our middle schools, and Renaissance programs are pretty well known, but just in summary, they're designed to, they're sort of adjacent to ASB programs. They're designed to promote academic success by rewarding students and developing school community around improvement in academics. And while all of our middle schools have Renaissance programs, some schools in particular, this request comes from Anacapa. Given their house system, they're working to have a distinct course, not just Renaissance program embedded in ASB, but a distinct course to manage Renaissance and their house programs as the national model requires. So, a pleasure to bring this for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Bayless, I was curious, so will this effectively replace the leadership class, or would this be in addition to leadership?
Yeah, good question. So at those sites where this would be implemented as a standalone class, it would be in addition.
And so that would be, so the funding for that section would be based on enrollment, and so it would come out of their section allotment.
That's correct. It's not, there's not an additional add-on for this. It comes out of their magic number, as we call it, which is based on their enrollment. Yeah.
So it is its own separate class in leadership, so students will have to choose either this class or leadership. Is that correct?
Yes. So at Anacapa, where this is planned on being used, or hope to be used, depending upon how the master schedule unfolds in the spring, students who are house leaders will likely be encouraged or likely be motivated to choose to be in this class because that's where the house management will occur outside of ASB. So, but it will be a student's choice. The other important fact to offer is that in most of our middle schools, we turn away students from ASB because we have more applicants than spots. So this is another way for students to be involved in leadership and the culture of the school outside of ASB and elected office.
So I guess two things. I mean, there's no question that Renaissance has been a very powerful force on our campuses and really is great for kids and that connection that breeds community. I have a little bit of concern about the impact of having kids to go from having an elective choice that is not related to leadership, and then now, so they would have 2 leadership-related choices, and do we know how that is projected to impact our other elective options?
Yeah, that's a fair question. So just to summarize and for the benefit of the public, whenever you're in a declining enrollment environment, introducing new electives is always potentially a challenge. However, we have a lot of, many of our sections in the arts are Prop 28 funded. And as a result, we can run those kind of independent or irrespective of enrollment numbers because they're sort of protected, categorical, restricted funded sections. So there's a category of electives that would not be necessarily impacted. So the only other thing I can offer is we're always trying to, in master scheduling, give students their first choice in electives. That doesn't always happen, but it's not a certainty that this will be offered, but we do have a lot of students wanting to be involved in ASB, and we just can't pack more than 40 kids in the classroom. So we're trying to follow the how students are selecting their courses.
I'll entertain the motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote is as follows. Dr. Danaberg?
Yes.
Ms. Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And President Peterson?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0. Thank you.
Human Resources, we're like a football team. Next person up.
Yes, this is for an approval of a provisional intern permit, actually a waiver for limited English proficient for one of our CTE teachers for your consideration this evening.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote is as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
President Peterson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Business Services, contracts exceeding 25,000.
Good evening, Board. Any questions on any of the items?
I had one question. We see a lot of different funds listed, and sometimes we have construction that's a bond. I see tonight we have building fund. I was wondering if you could provide a little clarification on how we determine which fund construction projects are taken from.
Absolutely. So the bond is the Measure E funds that the board has decided on an implementation plan and the specific projects that have specific priorities. The building fund it's like capital funds set aside outside of the general fund for maintenance projects. And so when we look at the projects that are coming up based on our facilities master plan, like what facilities is prioritizing to implement, we look at first the bond list of projects that the board wants to undertake based on the implementation plan to see, okay, can this, just for instance, like, can this kitchen remodel fit as an expenditure that would be allowable under the terms of that fund? If not, then it would be used out of the building fund.
Thank you for the clarification.
Can you clarify too, like for developer fees, what the restrictions are?
So developer fees it's a different fund that we get from funds like outside buildings that are being development that's being done that we collect based on whoever's deciding to develop a development of tract houses or whatever they're doing. They pay the school district a certain fee to be able to develop those. It's called a developer fee, and there's certain restrictions that we can spend and what we can't spend on. So it has to be like classroom related, like for instance, a portable would qualify as allowable expense under developer fees.
So in essence, developer fees are when a developer is expected to generate new students, additional students, and we need to expand facilities. We can use those
Yes.
fees to expand facilities. We can't use them, say, for like the kitchen remodel.
No, it can only be used to expand our classroom facilities.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Move to accept.
Couldn't.
Oh.
So moved.
In that case, I'll second.
Thank you. Vote is as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez? Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
President Peterson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Contract, the award of contract on project C12 through C26 warehouse generator project.
Okay, so yes, the bid opened on October 30th, 2025. There was 2 pre-qualified contractors, GBI Electric and SBS Corporation. Approval is requested to award the warehouse generator to GBI Electric for $325,000. Just some context behind this project. This would be to power up the food warehouse at Foothill, with the recent power outages in the previous couple of years with the fires. We have a lot of food back there that we don't want to spoil, so I've been working with facilities to get a backup generator just to power that. It's a huge warehouse back there with a freezer.
Any
So,
questions?
my only question is, was this bid consistent with what you expected?
Yes, and there is a lead time, so this, I know if the board does decide to approve this, there's still 9 to 12 month lead time for this generator because they're building it to spec, right? We got a engineer to come out and let us know exactly what size and type of generator we need, and then we put that in the bid requirements. And so, yes, this is an alignment of what we were expecting.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote is as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
President Peterson?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay, and as amended, we're going to go to 15B2. Just inclusive practices update.
Yep, that's me. Okay. And I'll just invite Neil, who is already, Neil and Nick. Great, wonderful. Okay. This is meant to be just a short follow-up to a presentation that we made several months ago, and based on some questions the board had about primarily data, we want. Oh, no clicker. Okay. Let's do hand signals. Okay. So if you go to the next slide, Moran, thank you. So again, this is just a follow-up to the September 9th board meeting, so it's not meant to be exhaustive, but we just wanted to be responsive to the board's questions. So next slide. In our it's okay. Let me buy you some time here.
We found it.
We found it. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We have possession of the clicker. When we made this presentation, we were primarily talking about our TKK inclusion initiative, and we had a slide, and I believe this is just a replica of that slide, where we spoke about its secondary initiative cousin, which is the co-teaching that we've initiated. We're now in year 2 of that co-teaching, where we have a special education teacher and a general education teacher in the same room, whereby for the most part, not always, but for the most part, special education students are receiving their IEP required specialized academic instruction minutes in that general education setting. And so just to demonstrate the arc of our progress in that area, we had 2 in the 2023-24 school year with about 20 enrollments. And enrollment would be a student in a classroom. And I can't tell you specifically is that 20 different students, but for the most part, it was 20 separate students. And in the following year, last year, we had 45 co-taught sections and 315 enrollments, and this year we are up to 65 with 455. And that's significant for a lot of reasons. So again, that is 455 enrollments, 400 plus students getting their specialized academic instruction IEP required minutes in a general education setting rather than in a specialized special day class, special education specific setting. And so it improves their access to general education instruction, general education environment, of course, grade level standards and rigor. And I'll be talking about this later in my presentation about the dashboard, but we see a direct through line in our secondary dashboard results between what we've done in the last 2 years and the progress that our students with disabilities have made in our English, math, and science college career indicator, graduation. So it's not just small increases, they're incredible, they're sizable, they're significant. So these are some more of the data points here that we have. So this is that 455 enrollments. I think I misspoke earlier when I said 400 plus students, excuse me. It's close to 300 students this year. So several of them, obviously, about a quarter of them, or 3/4 of them are in multiple classrooms getting those minutes. And you can see the breakdown there between middle and high school students. And Neil, maybe I'll invite you to just walk us through these because one of the questions was, what kind of courses are we seeing co-taught sections in? And so those numbers there, that's just the period. Instead of doing a bunch of cutting and pasting, I just left that on there. But you can see by school, these are the co-taught sections and why we tend to see a lot of English and math, et cetera.
Yeah, sure. So good evening, board and Superintendent Castro. We work with all of our teams in the master scheduling phase to make sure that we have as many opportunities for students to be included across the curriculum. In general, the math and English is where students receive their specific academic instruction, so you'll see more courses available for that. Many districts just have math and English co-taught classes. We have expanded beyond that, really since our, after that 23-24 year, to make sure that all of our courses, English, math, history, science, any social science and core classes are available to students with disabilities to be able to access. So it's not solely existing for the purpose of making sure that we're providing our minutes, but more for making sure that there's accessibility for students to get high quality education. And then beyond that, and it's really all stems back from our parent community and our families that we've worked with our CDAC committee, and a lot of the feedback that we've received over the last 4 school years is that many of the courses that are available, all these great programs that we often hear about here at the board meeting, electives, CTE pathways, et cetera, even physical education, sports activities, we wanted to make sure that those were inclusive as well because we weren't hearing that there were several options there. So yeah, if you continue on here through these course sections, you'll see a lot of the classes here that we provided an extra teacher in those classes, not to provide special education service, but to make sure that all students have the same opportunity to access those classes.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. And I think maybe last comment, and then we're happy to answer any questions you might have. Just a reminder, for the most part, these are all, of course, IEP-driven placements. In some cases, particularly outside of math and English, they might be co-taught sections designed to provide extra support, or where we have a lot of mainstreamed students coming out of SDC courses. So it's all designed to promote inclusion. The primary focus of our co-teaching initiative is inclusion for specialized academic instruction minutes in general education settings. So that doesn't, because you see something here one year doesn't mean it will be here the next year, because it just depends on how the IEPs occur in the spring. But nonetheless, this is what we're seeing. This is a commitment we'll have moving forward. Again, I'll be able to really celebrate and highlight the significant growth that our students with disabilities made in our dashboard as a result, in secondary, as a result of this. So happy to answer any questions you might have, but hopefully we were responsive to the requests that you had for additional data.
I don't really have any questions, but I would like to thank all the staff taking part. I think it's evident that it's working when you, as you say, you're going to be sharing with us later the test scores and the growth the students have made. So really want to thank you all for working on this. I mean, it's something we've been talking about for years, and to see that we've got this good start, I hope we can keep it up. Thank you very much.
So I just had a question about, okay, let me start over. So ultimately, I've already seen the dashboard. Like, spoiler alert, the growth is phenomenal. And obviously, that is why we do this. I was wondering about what fiscal impact having co-teachers, having two teachers in one section, if it ends up being a greater cost, or if the fact that we're mainstreaming these students into general ed classes actually ends up being a wash, or I'm wondering just where financially that impacts the district.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'll invite Hassan and Gina to help me out with this. But in general, we were able to accomplish secondary co-teaching at what I feel like is a very minimal cost. There was an additional cost to the district, but not 65 sections worth. So we have a staffing model, which most districts do, where you special education teachers we staff them according to caseload. And so, because that's the required ratio that a special education teacher has, they have a caseload. And so the caseload, however, doesn't always produce the exact number of sections that you need in order to offer courses. So we had sections in our master schedule that we could already use where we could combine. And I think HR and maybe business services could explain that better, but that was one of the primary areas where we did that. We also had very under-enrolled, and I think maybe I'm saying the same thing in a different way. We had very low-enrolled special education classes. So we had classes of 5, 6, 7, because we had enough sections in the master schedule in special education, because sections in the master schedule for special education come from case management, not from course requests. So by being able to work some efficiencies in that area, we were able to free up teachers that we already paid for, not additional ads, to go into those classrooms. So take it from there.
That's correct. He did a great job explaining the allocation. So there was an add-on allocation of 4.2 FTE across all secondary sites, but otherwise it was staffed according to how Greg explained it in the general staffing allocation, with either general education staffing allocation or special education staffing allocation.
Thank you. 4.2 FTE, I think, is far less than I expected you to say, so thank you very much.
So my question is, although the dashboard, it kind of captures moments in time, right? It doesn't, especially since the majority of our investment in co-teaching has been middle school and high school, and those years aren't all tested for impact. Are we building in something to be able to more specifically see the impact of this for student achievement? Because, for example, high school, right, they're only tested in 11th grade, and then we see their graduation rates. Those two indicators are important, but we're not seeing them annually to be able to assess the impact. Do we have a mechanism, or are we considering a mechanism to more regularly monitor that impact rather than just that one moment in time?
Yeah, typically in secondary, that's our course grades. So whether or not students are being successful and passing the classes that they're in those general education settings. So that would be sort of our quarter-to-quarter, moment-to-moment, year-to-year metric that we use. And we are seeing students being successful in these environments. They are passing classes and moving on. So I've presented on DNF rates before, and I can come back and do that with a specific focus on special education. But that's what we're seeing. I don't. Obviously, IEP goals being met is another metric. Neil, I don't know if you want to add to anything.
Quarterly, we're reviewing progress on all students' goals. So that's our main indicator through the special ed process. Annually, we're checking in on annual goals. And then every 3 years at a minimum, we're doing a whole formal review of student abilities through the evaluation process. And so we're focusing on those, like on day-to-day basis. That's really what we're focusing on. Of course, we love to see growth in the dashboard. But in real time, that's really kind of where our progress metrics come from.
So I would love for that information to be shared with us in terms of the DNF rates. And if there's like a metric that you're already using, I don't want you to create something for us, but like if there's a metric that you're already using for IEP goal accomplishments, like the rate at which those are being done, or if you have a metric for like how many kids are meeting their full minutes or versus not meeting their full minutes, like I think that would be great for us to be able to assess. Because this is a huge, not only investment of resources, I mean, not as much as actually, frankly, I expected, but it's a big resource of investment of energy, right? And so we want to see kind of what's that impact for our students.
Yeah, we definitely have metrics that we regularly run, so we could put something together and work with the team here.
So full disclosure, I am a co-teacher in special ed. I'm an RSP teacher in a different district. I've seen a lot of success, right, with the program. It's a wonderful program. I think inclusion is where we need to be and where we need to go. However, you do see some students who are not meeting the moment, right? And I just want to make sure that those math fundamentals, right, in the high school, let's say, there is an SAI for them to go into. Because we're finding at other districts, maybe not mine, but other districts, that there a lot of co-teaching math students go into it, right? But there's no room for the SAI, so they're kind of stuck in that gen ed course, and that we're finding that's an issue, right? And a lot of it has to do with the IEP team coming together and having those conversations, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. So I want to make sure that we have space for those students, because those students will get lost.
We continue to provide the whole continuum of placements across
Right,
special
and that's
ed.
through the monitoring process.
Yeah.
And then if we could go back a couple slides, there's, I just want to thank you for going outside math and English, because that's huge. A lot of students would love to be fully integrated into gen ed, with the co-taught. But however, they are given that opportunity because there wasn't that, biology or world history. So I love that we're all doing that. That's wonderful. And again, looking at Math 1 foundations, I don't know if I would call that remedial, but it's a lot of it, right, is learned in middle school. What about the next level? How come there's no continuation of the co-taught throughout the progression of the student through our
that's a great question. I appreciate the chance to clarify. We have a lot of different course names, and math can get a little tricky. So Math 1 Readiness is the course that is grades 6, 7, and 8 standards predominantly. Yeah. And we try to really minimize this. I'm reflecting on a conversation at the board level, and Dr. Danberg, your comment. We had a lot of math readiness in this district. We're trying to reduce significantly the number of students because they just cannot get back on track after being in Math 1 readiness their freshman year. Then let's say they do progress, but now they're sophomores in Math 1 and they just lose access to upper level math, and it limits their choices and options later, and it hurts district scores, all those kinds of things. So having students start at Math 1 level is really important, because remember, the state requires 2 years of high school math in that Math 1 being required. So Math 1 Foundations was our answer to that. And what it is we designed a course that is really just the core Math 1 standards. What is it? not that fluff is not the right word, but in math there are many things that you can focus on that will directly prepare you for success in Math 2. There are some other things that might not be as important, and they're not a really clear rung on the ladder towards the next course, but they're part of the standard. So what we've done is for Math 1 Foundations, focus on those core standards. So those students that struggled and that may be on the fence, that maybe 10 years ago we would have put in Math 1 Readiness, we've nudged up and put in Math 1 Foundations, and predominantly we find those students are very successful in Math 1 with Math 1 standards, Math 1 content, and they move on to Math 2 the following year.
Okay. The first thing I thought of whenever, seeing this without a Math 2 is that the IEP team is going to have to get together and say, do we take this kid back to SAI, or do we, take off those minutes, right? Those serviceable minutes. So that's a distinction. I would love to see the continuation of co-taught throughout math, especially, because that's just a very difficult.
One thing I can add is that, so you saw the kind of evolution of the numbers of sections that we've provided. But so every spring when we get together during the master scheduling season, we work with the school teams, and a lot of this is to their credit that we're offering this variety of classes and content areas. But when we've started with a group of students and they were successful, and then as they're aging up in terms of like moving from one grade to the next, we've added these following courses to make sure that students who have been successful with the support can continue to have that support as they move on, instead of having to make that decision in the IEP meeting. So we've had extensive discussions about Math 2 in general with all the high school teams, and so that's something that's on our radar for the spring.
And then my last question is the PE. What's the rationale about having a co-taught teacher in a physical education class?
Well, in some cases we have adaptive PE where it's a part of their IEP minutes, and Neil, correct me if I'm misspeaking in any way here. However, sometimes because of the way master schedules work, you have a large group of students with special needs that are sort of de facto tracked into a particular class that just would benefit from additional support. Nothing, no other reason than that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then a lot of the kids that need that specially designed PE that may not necessarily need like an adapted PE course can benefit from having that co-teacher in there who's working on facilitating that or implementing those strategies.
And that co-teacher is familiar with the PE, curriculum and.
Yeah.
Okay.
So all of our co-teachers have opportunities to co-plan and co-evaluate with their partner teachers.
I just wanted to piggyback really quickly on what James said about, I love seeing the history, the science, the electives, because again, a lot of times those are the courses that hook kids. They're there because they're passionate about, for example, leadership renaissance, or maybe the ethnic studies class. Yeah. So that's, again, helping the attendance, helping them to, be excited about being at school. So thank you for including those courses.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions? Thank you.
Vice President Forsyth, if I could just add real quickly to bring a lot of these points to a close. Part of what we've accomplished is the pathways, right? Like building on this idea that maybe juniors next year could take Math 2, the fact that we have now access to general education classes in middle school. Over the next couple of years, we will see that with those inclusive practices starting with more intention in those early grades, that we'll start to see that meeting point between where they're in first grade, second, and third, and the preparation that comes along with that, to then hopefully we have more students who are prepared in sixth grade. And then over time, we will hopefully start to see fewer need for remedial courses. But just, I want to echo what Neil said. Ultimately, we still need to have a design for students that need those supports. And that is our intention. So thank you again, Neil and your team.
Yeah, please thank your team for us. Thank you.
Okay, next we have board appointed committees and board meeting date structure for 2026.
Okay. Well, in Amy's absence, I'll just do an overview of the thinking behind the structure. We looked at the entire calendar, looked at the school calendars, took into consideration exec cabs, thoughts around which months would benefit from having multiple assigned meetings. On the Tuesdays where there was only one monthly regular meeting, we would plan on having holds on all of our calendars for special board meetings, just in order to make sure that we're all available for those. And then the board appointed committee interest list is here. I know that Trustee Forsythe, you had asked about CDAC, and I think Neil is still here, so if needed, he's here for a resource. But the CDAC group each year evaluates when they meet. Currently, it's that time, but Neil had shared that that's an annual conversation with them to determine what their best time to meet is. But per their last conversation, they had indicated that morning time worked best for the majority of them. But Neil said that will be another conversation to see if that necessarily will be the case going forward, to see if the meeting time could change.
Okay, so that would be a committee that I'm interested in. Again, if it meets in the afternoon, late afternoon.
Yeah, and I should have, thank you, and I should have also stated that this is our first bite at the apple. This is for input. We don't need to make decisions tonight. It's a conference item. So this is to elicit your feedback and ideas in preparation for our next board meeting.
So I had 2 points. One is on the non-VUSD committees. I'd be happy to join the General Plan Advisory Committee.
The general plan is, sorry, the general plan is completed. It was approved by council last month.
Fabulous.
And that was an appointment.
Okay, so it's not going to be ongoing for the next. Okay, good. Never mind.
So we'll
Just saw
strike-
an opening
we'll
there,
s-
and it was meeting in the evening, so I could do that one.
The other one, so I currently serve on the VCREA, which is you're appointed by the County Board of Supervisors, but that one actually is really hard for me to continue doing. So if someone is interested, it's just a quarterly meeting, but it is on typically a Friday from 11 to 12:30 or 11 to 1.
Thank you, and I'm taking notes, and then we'll loop back around at the very end to make sure that I've taken the
And
notes
then
accurately.
with regard to CDAC, I did not select it, not because I'm not interested, but because I wanted to give the opportunity for another member of the board to choose it if they're interested. If it doesn't work for you to participate, I'm happy to continue in that role.
Well, and then I'd like to consider adding another committee, the PTA General Council. They invited me recently to one of their meetings, and I found it to be very informative, going both directions. It is a meeting of, we have, I think, 15 PTAs across the district, and it was an opportunity to meet with the presidents of those different school site PTAs, and I would be happy to be the liaison for that committee if we add it.
We actually used to have that as a board-appointed position, but during COVID, it fell away. So I think it'd be great to have you take that on.
Thank you. Do you know the general meeting times and dates? And if not, it's fine. We can follow up later. I can also follow up.
I
with
do.
you.
I'll follow up with you. I was actually messaging with Cherie Egbert. She's the county area coordinator, and I can give you some more specific
Okay,
dates.
thank you.
And going back to the calendar, I love having meetings, I think, apparently, but I would love to have 2 scheduled meetings, but I would go with the special, board meeting, but as long as we're mapping it out for the year. As long as I get an invite and put it on my calendar, that's what I need.
Yes, if the board were to agree to these dates, as soon as it's approved, Amy will send out holds. She also wanted me to share with you that so far in 2025, we've had 35 total board meetings. That's it. Yeah. We're at the low end. But that was the other reasoning and rationale in order to ensure that we had that dedicated time for special board meetings, because we still have a high volume and a high need for that. That's point of information.
So, I'm sorry. So it seems to me that we have essentially 4 committees that meet typically in the evening. African American Parent Council, Bond Oversight Committee, LCAP, and the parcel tax if we are successful in passing another parcel tax, right? Are those the only 4 that are typically evening? And DLAC, I'm sorry. So LCAP, DLAC, Bond, AAPC, and then PTOC if we pass another parcel tax. So if, for those of you who have, 8 to 4, if you want to choose the things that make sense for you in those, like, I'm happy to shuffle around you.
So I could, if we do get a parcel tax, I could be on that if you like. Anything in the afternoon I could do.
And I'm already on 3 of those, so. It's the only one, but I'm happy to be your second.
I'm always there.
And to go back to Sabrina's issue about CDAC, I'd be happy to take on CDAC.
And I was wondering, we have the property subcommittee, and we know we're going to have some difficult conversations next year due to fewer children in Ventura. Do we want to take that property subcommittee and make it a / school closure committee, or you think that should be a separate one?
I'm going to touch on that in my update. Based on the number of conversations I've had, plus the School Services of California recommendation, their recommendation is that that be a completely separate committee.
Okay. Is that something we want to work out today, or are we going to? I mean, it's a conversation.
No, actually, it's a real. I'm really glad that you asked that now. We, School Services of California, we have an appointment with them tomorrow to meet with them. But I already know, because I asked anticipating this, their recommendation is that the board not appoint board members for that committee, because you will be receiving the recommendations of that committee. That is their recommendation.
Okay.
And I did find my notes about the PTA. It's 3rd Wednesday in the evening, monthly.
Sorry, 3rd Wednesday?
3rd Wednesday evenings.
Evening, thank you. Okay, while you're contemplating, I'm just going to see what we have so far. Everything from AAPC to LCAP, I did not hear any changes. Is that accurate? Okay. So then going from there, the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, assuming that it passes, James, you would want to be on that? Okay. And then Dr. Dannenberg, you would want to also stay on the parcel tax? Okay. Then for Open PAC, it's still the same. CDAC, sorry, Trustee Forsyth, you would want, if again, to be available should the time change, and then if it does change, you would then come on. But meanwhile, Dr. Dannenberg, you would be the kind of first alternate unless there's a time change. Okay. And then that rounds up the board committees. We would strike through the GPAC because that process is concluded. On the Energy Alliance, Dr. Dannenberg, you're electing to take that one, correct? Okay.
And for that, he does have, you'll have to submit an application and then be appointed by the Board of Supervisors, but you won't have any competition. So, yes. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll let them know that I'll be stepping down, and then that will generate an appointment, an application.
And we wish you luck in the competitive process.
Don't take second. Don't take second.
Also, I have not been able to attend the Chamber of Commerce breakfast because it conflicts with the PAC. So if someone would like to be the board representative,
What day?
It's Friday mornings from 7:30
Yeah.
to 9:30, I think.
Yeah, 7:30 for sure.
Oh, yeah, I have a commitment on Friday mornings.
So if no one is able to go, I still sit on their community development subcommittee, which I'm happy to stay on, but I think we should then end paying for the breakfast.
Thank you. Amy and I are already in the process of negotiating that. Thank you. So, Trustee Rodriguez, I'll just mark you down there as a rep, and then obviously you'll attend as you can. Okay.
You know what? I'll take it. I can change my
Okay.
stuff around. It's how often?
Once a month.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. So I'll just remove Trustee Rodriguez from that, and oops, sorry, I made an error there. President Peterson. And then going to the bottom, we are also going to add the PTA General Council meeting, and did not mark that one. Okay.
And then Calvin, you're not on the VCSBA board anymore, correct?
No.
Do we need to strike through VCSBA? Do we have any board members? You're still on the, okay. So remove. Okay, any other deletions of the committees, the non-VUSD committees? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your input.
Since I mentioned school closures and that board, I just want to read this statement that as our community has fewer children, we need to realign our district resources to maintain a high expectation of student achievement. So I didn't want to just say school closures and not follow it up with something. It's just that the reality is Ventura has fewer children, and we have more space, more teachers than what we predict the future is going to be. So that's a subject that we have to start talking about. And it's in the future, but I just didn't want it to be a surprise to the community.
So with the meeting schedule, I just wanted I appreciated the fact that our meetings for May and June give us lots of space around our graduations, because that's always such a crazy time. But are we going to then go ahead and block off the potential special board meeting days as the third Tuesday? Not as a regular board meeting day, but as a special.
If we were to do that, in which months would you be thinking in that third? Because we only have a few of them. Would you be looking at the special board meetings for specific months or all months, even where we have 2 regularly scheduled meetings?
No, I mean, I'm specifically thinking of January because of budget considerations. And then probably potentially in May because of the budget coming through from the governor.
Okay.
And that's typically a busy time budgetarily.
So then we would just note that in January and May, although we would already have planned on the additional special board meeting and the alternate Tuesdays, to note for Amy that we would want to schedule 2 special board meetings. 2 special board meetings in January and May. Okay.
That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly. So although we would already have 1, we want to consider 2 additional special board meetings, or 1 additional, given that we would already have 1 planned for January and May, for a total of 3 in the month. Okay. And the answer to your question is yes, we can absolutely do that, if there's consensus of the board to.
Is that okay with the
to
rest of the
calendar
board?
that.
Okay, you have consensus? Anything else on this subject? Okay, we'll schedule a 10-minute break. We'll just even it off and be back at 8:10. Okay, our next item is the board survey update.
Would- Okay, yeah.
Okay. Well, in the interim, we'll just jump in. The question marks are super helpful at the bottom of your screen. So in August, the board approved moving forward with a board survey to solicit feedback from the community about our not only budget priorities, but sort of a thermometer on how the district's doing, what are our strengths and what are some of the challenges. And so Shannon and I served as the ad hoc committee for that. And you'll remember that so in the bottom of, if you have the presentation, at the bottom, that's what the survey flyer looked like that went out to on Parent Square. It went out in the newsletter. And so next slide. Shannon and I divvied up being at back to school nights during those first few weeks of school. Marianne was kind enough to put it in the newsletter. Our associations sent it out to their membership, and there was support from PTAs and PTOs, and we even had some student press who covered the issue of a board survey. Anything you want to add?
That was perfect.
Okay. And so these are the results. We had 423 responses, which, for the first time we're doing it, I felt like was really strong. You'll notice that the numbers don't add up, and that's because some people clicked more than one box. So they had the opportunity to say they were both a parent and a staff member, or they were a parent and a student, or an alumni and a staff member, right? So people could choose multiple boxes, but we had representation from all of our sites, including, we even had representation from Homestead, which was great, and from VASE. So that was really fantastic. And we had good representation across all of our age categories.
Okay. What's going well, right? Always started off with a positive. We've got to start by applauding staff, strong teachers and staff commitment. Many, and later on you'll see that almost every respondent included that as one of their top three, is just praise for teachers, their dedication, creativity, hard work, even despite limited resources. Overall, staff are seen as caring, supportive, and genuinely invested in student success. Hats off to Marianne. Communication and leadership was considered a strength. The move to improved communication and transparency through Parent Square, a lot of social media interaction, and then also even from site leadership as well. Families appreciated the consistent updates and outreach efforts to keep informed. Number 3, community family engagement. Many people noted the strong community connections. You saw tonight in the student board presentations, there's so many amazing things to do across the district, and that was noted as being something that was very positive from the elementary level all the way through high school. Just really lots of opportunities for everyone to feel that there is something going on at their school that draws them in and makes them feel included. Next slide, please. Number 4, student success and growth. Respondents mentioned being proud of how well their children are doing academically and personally. Some credit specific programs or teachers for helping students thrive. Number 5, sports, arts, and enrichment. Specific shout outs to athletics, arts, and extracurricular programs that engage students and build pride. I'm sure that ELOP is a large portion of that as well for the after school and the athletics. Thank you for that. And then inclusivity and supportive environments. Again, kind of going full circle back to just being, everyone feeling that appreciation for being listened to, being heard. I personally appreciate that, people recognize that we're here to listen. And we won't always agree. We won't be able to actuate every idea that comes across our desk, but we genuinely want the input. And I'm glad that you realize that we sincerely want that.
Areas where we can still continue to grow as a district. I think the fact that communication was listed as the number one thing, both in terms of improvements and places to grow, just goes to show that no matter how much you communicate, people will always want you to communicate more. But I do think this one was more focused on communication inconsistencies that were more at the site level and less at the district level. So I think it's something that we see is getting better. And I think partly it's getting better because at the district we're creating a better framework. So parents are now understanding that this communication is coming from the district, and now I want that same level of communication from my site. So that was very helpful. And want more proactive outreach. And this is, I think, specifically to us as a board, transparency around decisions and changes. So making sure that we're letting people know the decisions that are coming up, right? And so we talked about this past weekend, strategies that we can use for that, right? Letting people know about when our board meetings are and sending out the agenda in advance so that people know what decisions are coming down the pipeline. There were issues around disparities between schools and within schools, and inequities in program access, facilities, and staffing. This isn't surprising, I don't think, to any of us. We know that we have varied schools with, some, we have EP Foster that's 100 years old and schools that are 20 years old. So we know that there are differences in the way our facilities look and feel and in the way that they kind of are accessed by the community. And so those are an important area for us to be thoughtful about. Number 3, compensation. This is an area that this board has really put a lot of focus on, right? We want to make sure that we are able to attract and retain high-quality staff. And so it was interesting to see that, but not really surprising. Next slide. Areas of support included making sure that we're providing mental health and social-emotional supports. Something that we hear, I think, as a board a lot about are discipline and behavior challenges and some of the things that we've seen post-COVID that our sites are dealing with, making sure that we're providing that support, addressing learning loss from COVID, and also making sure that we're providing academically rigorous environments. And then safety, transportation, facilities, kind of the nuts and bolts of how we provide an education, always a concern for the community and something the board needs to think about.
It's no surprise it was no surprise to me at all that class size ranked number 1. Obviously that has, it's a huge concern to staff members as well as parent groups. When I had my meeting with the PTA presidents this week, that was the number 1 concern that they wanted me to address as well. So as you can see, that was extremely frequent. Almost every response included class size, and usually as a first or second response. So it gives us something to think about as we go forward and looking at budgets, that this is something that across the board all respondents listed as a priority. Mental health services, again, very high. This board has put a ton of work into making sure that we're meeting the mental health needs of our students, finding ways to fund that. Number 3, special programs. So again, a lot of those Prop 28 funds are, being put to good use for arts, music, enrichment. School safety and supervision appears in nearly every third response, ranked mid to high. Supervision and security, again, a lot of the bond monies that are going into cameras and things in order to make sure. And then we talked a lot during the reductions about supervision and the impact that that was having on campuses. So as we can see from that being ranked number 4, that's something that we need to give some weight to. Number 5, libraries. No surprise, shout out to all our librarians. They love you. So again, huge priority, came up frequently. Academic supports, including tutoring, interventions, and recovery. Again, great opportunity for our ELOT program to fill in those gaps there as well. Inclusive programs, so strong among advocates for equality and access. So making sure that we have opportunities. I think our presentation tonight about the inclusive programs at the high schools fits right along with this. Sports and extracurriculars, followed by transportation, and then one of the things that came up, it wasn't, obviously not a priority, so to speak, but people had very mixed opinions about the prospect of closing schools. And obviously, it will certainly be controversial. It'll be certainly something that we all need to look at as those discussions go forward. Something huge to tackle, but obviously it was, mentioned, so it's on people's radar. And I think going forward, this will continue to rise up, as an area of concern for people on both sides of the spectrum.
So one of the things to highlight as you kind of look at, we had the 423 responses. Obviously, we read through all of those responses. Some of them had site or staff names that we redacted, but then all of that information was analyzed using artificial intelligence. So we had AI created these categories of priorities for us, which then we read back to make sure that we felt like it accurately represented, right? Like AI always needs to be checked by humans. So we looked at it to make sure, yes, we feel like this accurately represented the data that we had looked at. But AI created those sort of emphasis categories on the budget priorities. That's one way of looking at that data, but then you could also look at it purely on a numbers perspective. So when you look at the next slide, what you'll see is purely based on ranking, the number of times a particular priority was selected, and how, and so based, not giving any weight to the order, but just purely the number of times it was a priority for a respondent, then ranked accordingly. And the reason academic supports and libraries are highlighted in this slide is because their order on this slide is different than their order on the previous slide. So the emphasis around libraries, AI picked up as people care more because the language that was used was more passionate, but then on the numbers, academic supports actually had more selections. So just wanted to call out that differentiation for you both, or for you all, because I think, it's one of, like anything, you can slice data a million ways, and that's just one thing to be considerate of. But in general, I think the budget priorities were consistent with what we expected to see, and I felt like at least the positive, to see so many personal comments from people saying the single best thing about this district is the staff, over and over and over again, and that included our ESPs, lots of individual staff members called out by name for their incredible work to connect with students. And that's just really reaffirming for us as a district to see that, to know that the people that we employ care and show that they care by connecting on a daily basis with our kids. Super, super important. And then in terms of priorities, one of the things that, you know, not surprisingly, the things that are the highest priority are the things that are most expensive, right? So it's not, that's not surprising. Those are, you know, class size, super expensive to address. Mental health supports, we've had a lot of conversations about that. You know, so it's not that these things necessarily become a blueprint, but hopefully they inform us as we move forward and make this next round of decisions. And then lastly, I just wanted to thank all the people who took the time to participate. It was a relatively short survey. It was only 4 questions. But, you know, some people wrote us paragraphs of response, which was really great, and we did read them. And so just want people to know that, and that those full responses were shared with the entire board. And, you know, it was just reading through them the first time was a 5-hour thing for me. So, I mean, you know, people took time to do this. We took the time to read it, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, I have one. When you look at this last chart and you're looking at mental health, and there's 227 selected, all these seem to be in top numeric order except the mental health. I mean, it seems like the specialty programs should be higher because it had 237. Can you explain that to me? What's going on there?
I think I probably just put them in the wrong order. No. Human error. That would be my explanation. Yeah.
Well, he stole my question, my first question. The second one was, first of all, thank you, too, for doing this. I know it took a lot of work, and the next time we do this, I anticipate probably 12 to 1,500 responses, or probably triple. But I think the good thing is that we want to know all the good things, but we also want to know all the unfiltered bad things. And when you see some stuff we have to redact, right, and legally we have to redact it, but this is important. It's important what people, their opinion of, especially going through this turbulent time, is very important to know what they're thinking, because this also helps us educate the community. Because sometimes you'll have things that we actually don't have control of, and they think we have control of. And so when we look at things like this, we can explain, here's the reason why we can't change this, but thank you for letting us know about this, because that's something in our control. But I really want to thank you guys for all the time you put into it.
Yeah, thank you so much, you two. I really, you know, this is a lot of great information that, you know, is going to help us going forward.
Well, and it was really interesting to see, you know, because we're all having conversations in the community, just in the normal function of being a trustee, you know, whether it's at the grocery store or on a school campus. And so you kind of, you know, are trying to gauge, like, am I getting an accurate feed for what people's concerns are? Because, you know, maybe people know that, you know, as a teacher, class size is going to be something that's important to me. And so maybe those people are directing their comments directly to me. But then when I see, like, oh yeah, no, everybody's really worried about class size, then it kind of validates that the feeling I'm getting from my interactions with the community is accurate to what, you know, the representation of our survey shows as well. So it was very helpful for me, and I really appreciated the engagement of so many people that I met at the back to school nights who were willing. It was open-ended questions, so for a lot of people it was like, you know, they would pull up the survey with the QR code, and they would look thinking they were just going to click a couple boxes, and then they would kind of look at me and go, "Can I do this tonight when I get home? Because I got some things to say." And so yeah, it was just, I really appreciate everyone who was involved. Thank you very much for your time. It's much appreciated.
And I do think we have some areas where we can improve, right? Like, so this was very last minute this year, so there was not a lot of strategic outreach. And, you know, thank you, Mary Ann, for helping us get the word out. But I think, like, we didn't reach out to the AAPC. We did not reach out to DLAC. We did not reach out to school site councils. I think those are places that we should be reaching out to, because these are parents who are a little more engaged and probably have strong opinions about these things, and I don't know that they participated. We only had one response that was in Spanish. So again, that's an area for us to really grow, right? We could definitely be reaching out and making sure that even though it was translated into Spanish and it was available for someone to process it in Spanish, we didn't reach that community, right? So we need to do better about that sort of thing. But yeah, I don't know which of you guys want to take it on next year, but but I look forward to participating.
Yeah, you did so well. Right. Our next session is school closures.
Thank you, President Peterson. At the board's request, I just want to provide a brief update and status for the school closure process. At the 11/6 special board meeting, I want to thank the board for approving a contract with School Services of California that I referenced just a couple minutes ago. They will be a third party to help guide us through the process. During my conversations with them, they also are committed to adhering to the CDE school closure guidance, which in a previous meeting months ago I had shared with you. I thought would be an important framework for us to go forward, having reviewed several school closure processes. And just a note, in the way that we're going forward at the request of the board, we want to be as transparent with the community as possible. We're no longer, even though we have school consolidation used on this agenda, going forward in the interest of just complete and clear communication to the community, we will be calling these processes school closures. And so the committee that I referenced also earlier will be a school closure committee. We will talk about the composition with the School Services of California in my meeting, in Hassan's meeting with that tomorrow. I've already reviewed, I'll just share again as an update, so that way the community knows that we've had a couple of special board meetings. And during those special board meetings, I've provided to the board that I've had taken the opportunity to talk with many, handfuls of school superintendents who've gone through this process, reviewed their resources. We have shared with Marianne what the structure of what that will look like on our website, so that way as we go through the process, that will be communicated openly and efficiently to the community. So the next step, as I said, we meet with School Services of California tomorrow. We will solidify what our processes look like. We'll be coming forward to the board, at least if not at the next regular meeting, at the next special board meeting, to take input into that process, but we are not delaying through that. Assuming that we can meet the timelines that in my initial conversations with School Services of California, we would anticipate going through all of the information gathering and reporting using the matrices, and the board should anticipate between the end of the school year and the first part of summer having that committee come forward with recommendations. Then the next step is first, before I talk about the next step, just like other recommendations that come to the board is not obligated to take the actions. The board does not have any particular obligation to take any recommendation over another. There are many things that need to be considered should a school be closed, or decide to be closed. So that said, between the end of the year and summer, if the board does direct staff to rank or prioritize what the school closure process looks like, then the next phase of that is actually planning for implementation. So then we say, okay, if the board had directed us to prepare 2 or 3 school closures, then the next step is looking at what that would actually entail. Actually, it's too much to go into today, but that would be the next step. We then use the 26-27 school year as a planning phase, and then for full implementation of that school closure to follow the next year. Given that we were talking about fiscal constraints, some community members might say, well, why would you delay that school closure process? And that actually has to do with the response to the community. In the time that I've spent learning what others have gone through, the time communicating, talking about what that process looks like, inviting our stakeholders in, engaging our community in what is in no other way to be described as a tumultuous and really heartfelt, hurtful process to some. It has been the best practice to make sure that we use that time to continue to engage people because it is a very hard process to accept. It's easier to accept when you're talking about this concept hypothetically. It is harder to accept when it's actually your school that is being closed. So that's, we'll have more. You should anticipate at least a conference item, as I said, at the next special board meeting or the regular meeting. But we are not wasting any time, and we're getting started right away based on your direction. So thank you.
Board.
Yeah, I just want to highlight what you said, President Peterson, like that sometimes when we have these conversations around school closures, one, we talk about declining enrollment, which a personal pet peeve of mine is that makes it sound like it's our fault, like that the district is somehow not attracting students. And the reality is that our community has fewer children. Fewer families are moving to Ventura. It is an expensive place to live. People are having children later. They're having fewer children. It is just a reality of our culture today. And every school district that you talk to, with very few exceptions around the state of California, is in a very similar position. What is different is that our district has delayed having this conversation longer than most. And so we are now at a place where we're having to have that conversation. And I think it's great that we're being very public about it. And I hope people will pay attention and engage. But I mean, this is the only way for us to be fiscally responsible moving forward. And again, it's not because we don't have amazing schools and amazing staff. It is purely that there are just fewer children living in this town. And so we have to adjust.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll be going to rebranding of Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, ELOP.
And Marianne, if you're ready, I know Dr. Dawes is coming to the mic. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Peterson, board members, Dr. Castro, everyone in the public that is still here. Tonight, Dr. Dawes and I are excited to share the results of a very thoughtful and inclusive process to rebrand our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, commonly known as ELOP. We'll walk you through why we're recommending a new name and logo, how we followed the district's rebranding process, and what feedback we received from stakeholders. So Dr. Dawes and I will be going back and forth for you this evening. Dr. Dawes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. As you know, ELOP isn't a single program. It's an umbrella that includes ACES, assets, and other expanded learning funding sources. Each of those names is tied to some specific spending requirements, and I found that it's been very helpful to be multilingual as I go to different sites, because at one site, they only know it as PEAK. At the next site, it's known as ELOP. The next site, you say ELOP, and they don't know what that is because they call it ACES. So expanded learning does encompass all of those. Parent and student surveys have confirmed that many people don't fully understand what ELOP means or what opportunities it offers. We wanted an identity that it feels inviting, clear, and student-centered, something families recognize and connect with right away. And with the new fee-based programs that will be beginning in January 2026, clear and consistent branding becomes even more important for marketing, student recruitment and retention, and community understanding.
Currently, our program is branded under the name Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. The logo and design follow our district standards for all programs. Most of our programs do not have their own branding, but it doesn't visually or emotionally communicate what the program is about: growth, academics, creativity, and enrichment. So we began the process of creating a new identity that better represents the energy and the opportunities that ELOP is currently offering. Due to the fact that that building a new identity takes a lot of time, research, and resources, ELOP, in conjunction with myself, reached out to Cyril Creative, who has not only worked on our logos, including CTE and our VUSD, but many other districts within the county, assisted us with the entire process, as it does take probably a good 60 to 80 hours to go through a process like this. They took us through everything from staff workshops to naming concepts and designing of potential logos. We did follow our VUSD formal process for renaming, rebranding, and developing a new mascot. You may not know, but I did put a process in a few years ago due to the fact that we were getting some questions and requests for renaming or new logos or new mascots. The process for renaming the program and developing a new logo included meeting with the superintendent and myself to define the need, confirming that there is a need, and then confirming alignment with the district policy, identifying goals and budget parameters. We had long talks about budget, and anytime that you change a brand, budget will be impacted. But there are ways to go about doing that in a very slow way and a very meaningful way. Engaging our stakeholders, staff, families, and students for feedback. We did that multiple times, which was extremely important for us to do. We partnered, again, with the external branding agency. Some wonder why, and that is simply because I, along with all of my other duties, did not have the time to take this on, as well as the next that we're going to be talking about. I was involved in the process from the beginning to the end. However, they did a lot of the heavy lifting. We did adhere to our VUSD color, style, and symbolism guidelines, and finally reviewing designs and submitting the final proposal tonight for your consideration. Every step ensured transparency and consistency with all of our other district rebrands. As you know, Board Policy 7310 requires that you all, the governing board, holds the sole authority for naming a building, a facility, an area, a space, a memorial plaque, physical items. However, it does not apply to program names, logos, or mascots, but we felt it was important to have the board's consensus when doing this type of a project, which is why we're presenting it this evening.
As Marianne mentioned, we have had stakeholder engagement throughout the entire time. This actually began on one level about 4 years ago with the development of the vision and mission and purpose of expanded learning in our district. And then this particular project included multiple rounds of staff meetings, including one large workshop where we defined as a staff who we are and who we want to be in the future. It also included both parent and student surveys. We wanted to be sure that the new name and logo reflected their voices as well. We shared initial concepts, gathered feedback, refined opinions, and went back again for further input. I want to share an anecdote from our professional development last month. We had about 100 people in attendance, and we were in our new E.P. Foster Annex gym, and by applause, we went through the 3 logos that were the finalists, and there was an overwhelming response for the one that we had all selected internally as well. And then there was a good response for the second one, and the third one could nicely be described as polite.
Crickets.
At its best, yeah. So there was definitely consensus within the department. This whole entire process created buy-in and ensured transparency and gave our community a sense of ownership in the outcome. It was not a quick process, taking just over 5 months. Oh, where'd it go? Well, this is adding to the drum roll phase. After receiving and reviewing feedback from several rounds of designs, we are proud to introduce the new brand. It will be exciting when you see it. Ocean, on campus, enrichment, academics, and nurturing. This is Ocean at night. This is Ocean in the Aurora Borealis. This gives you a moment to envision what Ocean might be.
Well, although the public at home can't see it, we all have this. So if you want to continue, I think it's okay.
That's true. Okay. So we do consider it to be more than a name. It's an identity that reflects who we are and what we do. It connects beautifully to our coastal community while representing growth, exploration, and depth of opportunity. Seems futile to click.
Ocean, while you can't see it, is very memorable. It represents, I give up. It represents growth and learning that runs deep. It's flow and flexibility for diverse learners, unity across all of our programs, inclusivity serving our TK through 12 grades, and even though you can't see it, it sure is fun. It even gives us a natural, unofficial mascot that students and staff have already rallied around and have come up with ideas for if we move forward with this. Families will soon see names like Ocean After School Program, Ocean Fall Break, Ocean Spring Break, etc., all tied together under one umbrella. As part of the creative process, we did consider other names. Some of those were Access, Thrive After 3, Nexus, and Project Spark. While each had strengths, none fully captured the sense of connection to Ventura nor the program. Identifying with Ocean or the academics that go hand in hand with all of our programs was important to us. Additionally, many of the suggested choices are currently being used by other programs or curricula, and anything related to Spark, Fire was not something that we wanted to go down that road with. Similarly, several logo designs were tested and shared for feedback, and we ultimately chose the one that best told our story, remained simple to reproduce, which is extremely important when working in this field, and connected visually to our theme and was most liked by our stakeholders. Implementation, if we move forward, will happen.
Well, since you said what you want to just tell what it is, a star, right? The blue.
It's a starfish, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
Little
just so people know,
like
because
a
they can't see it.
With a little light bulb, yeah.
I really give up. Implementation, if we move further, would be held gradually. It would be fiscally responsible. We've already accounted for anticipated costs, but we would start with low or no cost websites, things like that. But designs on fans would only be redone when that needed to be redone because we were going to repaint for some reason. We'll work on some signage, but again, those can be low cost, and we'll move forward with those. Laurel?
Thank you. So we are truly proud of how collaborative this process has been. Communications and Searle. There it is.
Ocean.
Communications and Searle were integral in helping us get to a point where we truly feel we have an identity that will fit all of our programs. We would like to thank all of the staff, parents, and students who shared their time and ideas, and we thank the board for your continued support as we launch Ocean. And with that, we respectfully request that the board provide us with feedback and hopefully consensus on the new logo and program name.
And here, it's not letting me. I guess we're just going to change the way we're doing this. Here was one of the other logos, or two of the other logos as well, that would have problems not only in terms of implementation and use and ease of use of these logos, but resoundingly the other was what the majority of the community really fell in love with.
I don't have any questions. I think it's a nice addition, nice change. So thank you very much for going through this.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm the outlier. So as a teacher who has lived through so many iterations of after-school programs, I personally am not married to the idea of changing the name.
Okay.
It's been years since we rebranded our after-school program, and it's still called ACE's Shine After School Program. Like the kids all still use all the names interchangeably, and hopefully Ventura Unified will have better success in making the brand name stick. Also, of the three logos, that was my least favorite. One of my pet peeves is that is a sea star. It is not a starfish. And I know we're going to hear a million people every day talking about how cute the starfish is, and I just know that's going to bug me. One of my questions was, what is the initial cost of implementation and the funding source?
So those, the initial for ELOP, we received estimates because, again, a process like this, you can estimate how many hours it's going to take, but at the end of the day, it's probably going to take less than what they estimated is what I'm looking at right now comparatively to what they've already done. We don't have final logos, et cetera, so we don't have a final bill. But the total that it could be going up to is $17,000 for ELOP. And they have the money set aside under ELOP, as those funds can only be used for ELOP programs. They can't be used for other items.
It's 100% ELOP funding, not
Got it.
ACES or PEAK, yeah, or assets.
So what does that entail, the 17,000? I mean, are we
Sure.
talking about
It included a brand
T-shirts for staff or what?
No,
what
not
are
at
we-
all. It included a brand retreat with a stakeholder survey, which was an estimated 30 hours, and they probably used close to that. Community meeting, estimated 20. I doubt that they used all of the 20. Logo development package and style guide, which we'd wait on once we decide on a logo, would be about 60 hours. Corporate identity, landing page, and naming would be about 30, and then project management and communications back and forth, 15. The logo development could be close to that 60. They gave us an entire set of names and logos at the beginning, and we rejected all of them, giving them a lot of really good feedback to them, but we did not like any of them. So we rejected them all at the beginning and had them come back a second time. So it could be close to that 60, but the total would be 17 at the most.
So, and that's prior to doing, so does the after-school program, does the staff wear like a logoed shirt or anything? I noticed one of the concerns was that, like, for example, I preferred the logo that had the fish, the school of fish, you know. But I noticed it said embroidery. Like, to what degree do we embroider?
It's not just embroidery, it's also screen printing. When you use something that's that small, when it's far away, you can't tell what that is. And it's also difficult when you have that many colors. I would definitely go back and have them redo that logo if that's where we were to move forward. But because it wasn't nearly as close as the number one that we had, we didn't have them go back and do that. We would have to definitely increase the size of those fish, talk about colors, because even our own logo is very difficult to use. I would have pushed back a little on this particular logo. And so because of my years of experience, there would have to be some changes to that logo if we move forward with it.
We currently have staff wear branded lanyards and hats. We don't have them wear branded T-shirts because so many of them work a second job as well, and so we don't want them to have to wear our T-shirt to a different job. So we would like to provide something like a vest or something that would be more of an optional thing to wear, but would identify them as a staff member.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I love the name Ocean. I think it's really cute. I prefer the fishes, and just for clarification, both are 4-color logos, so I'm not sure why one would be more expensive than the other. But I can appreciate that the fish being small would be complicated. I even I like the other two. I like both of the other two better, but I'm not a little kid, right? And so I could see where a sea star is more like little kitty, right? So, and the other one, the other ocean reminds me of the Marine Stewardship Council logo, which probably is not helpful, right? So, but I mean, I'm stoked that you did this, and I think the intentionality with which it was done, I really appreciate that, and the fact that I think Ocean and the idea of bringing that umbrella to all of what we do and being able to brand the after school with the holiday weeks, with the summer program, and have everything have a matching name totally makes sense. And at the end of the day, what I think of the logo is not important. So if that's what staff likes, great.
I would add on to that one of the ideas from the staff that really resonated was that each site could develop their own sort of miniature logo. And so if we're creating a mural together, one site might do a sea star, another would do a clownfish, another would build a coral. They had these collaborative ideas of how they would build undersea environments.
Yeah, I really do appreciate you. It's a mission accomplished, right? You took 3 or 4 names and you combined them, and that's wonderful. If you ask anybody, oh, is your student an ELOP? They'd be like, ELOP what? Expanded learning. And so it was very difficult to kind of explain what this program is, and I feel like this does it. So I'm not particular about the choice of logo, but I think it serves its purpose, and I think kids will like it, and that's more important.
Thank you.
I like it. So that only counts for 20% though, so. Is there any other questions or comments?
We did want the board to note that since it looks like we're moving forward, in December, we will be bringing another presentation to you all related to what is currently known but not officially known as the Annex at EP Foster. We will be bringing back a name, hopefully, for that building so that you all can vote on that in December. We have to put together an advisory committee first per our policy and get some feedback before we do that.
It can't just stay the annex.
Well,
Are there any
could we go
annexes
into
under
why
the
maybe
ocean?
the annex is not the best name for a
What
child care
we would do
facility?
at that presentation, if there's interest of the board to keep calling it the annex, we could just,
I'm just thinking keeping the name the annex is free, right? Like,
Right.
so like, you know, and it doesn't take a ton of staff time to go through it. Like, it's already the name. It's
what we'll do is we will bring forward that as a parallel idea and let the board consider based on its merits. And you could see like,
Well, we
I
do
love
need to
it.
put-
Well, don't forget if
we
it's
do
a
need
lot,
to put-
there's difference between restricted funds and depends on where the
That's
funds
right.
come from. But that'd be a different conversation.
well,
And
yeah, I
Even
agree. But
And even
putting all
among
the,
restricted funds, I mean, you know, it's like, okay, we spend $17,000, it's restricted to ELOP, but, you know, I mean, that's $17,000 that could be spent on something else in ELOP.
if I could
so-
just interject real quickly, putting aside the funding issue, we've actually never officially named the building. So this is the board's opportunity to name the building, and if the name is the annex, so be it. But the board actually hasn't named the building because it hasn't been named. So
And
it's your
it's-
opportunity to name it. If it's the annex, it works.
For
And
safety
if it's something
purposes
else-
too, it's very important to have some sort of signage on that building.
Yeah.
So if we're going to put signage, might as well put a name there with it.
Yeah.
So with the permission of the board, I would, thank you, I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Dawes.
Thank you all.
With the permission of the board, we do have some representatives from the county here, and we're kind of running a little long on the program, so I would like to, if it's okay with you guys, to let them come up. Okay, Dr. Castro?
Yes. So, Asan, why don't you go ahead and start the introductions? Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, board. So we have Chelsea here from our county of Ventura to talk about the grant that the county received that we're participating in to unlock studies for our two identified surplus properties, which is the ESC and the Washington site. So take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, board. Superintendent Castro, I'm here. I'm Chelsea Russell with the County of Ventura, the County Executive Office, Community Development Division, and I'm also here with my colleague, Tracy McCauley, Housing Solutions Director for the county. So I am back. I was here a few months ago talking about this grant that we got through the Southern California Association of Governments, which is really to assess public lands for the use of potentially developing affordable housing, which goes hand in hand to the conversation you were having a little bit earlier about the school closures and the importance of costs. If we don't mind going to the next slide, oh, I have some power over here, cool. So again, this is just the purpose of the study, so I won't really reiterate too much there, but to highlight just the two locations that the district is looking at. It is the 255 West Stanley Avenue, where we're at right here, but some of the adjacent land on this large property. And then the 96 McMillan location as well. So these sites are being assessed, and so what I'm here to talk about a little bit is to provide an update on the next stage and where we're at with things. We have launched with our consultants, Harrison Associates, and our consultants for this project. And we are going to be engaging in community meetings with each of our sites that have been selected. So between Ventura Unified and Canoa Valley Unified, Ojai Unified, and the city of Santa Paula, as well as the county-owned lands. And so we're working with jurisdictions on these implementation of these community meetings. So to provide an overview of what the proposal is for that, again, it's just talk about those two sites and hosting a community meeting for each site on different days. So this meeting format really is to provide an overview of this study, and discuss the proposed site plans and status, provide and solicit feedback to incorporate into the study, and then provide some discussion questions for those who engage with that. So the potential meeting locations that we're looking for are the current area, current location, and then the Cabrillo Middle School as well. So we are collaborating with Ventura Unified, which has been awesome, and we would be jointly responsible for providing notifications of these meetings, meaning logistics, interpretation, translation support, facilitation, and note-taking and summary preparation. This is also in collaboration with our consultants for this project, so it won't just be us. You don't want me interpreting, I promise you. So it'll be a group project, essentially, to have these community meetings. And we'll continue to coordinate with Ventura Unified staff, and we're working through with our consultants on those specified dates and times that we're planning on doing these, but we're looking at most likely January with notifications going out in early December.
Can I just,
So-
sorry, I just
Yeah, of
wanted
course.
to ask. So given that we have an RFP out for Washington School that's due back in 2 weeks, how will the timing of a January outreach meeting to the community post RFP, like how does that work?
Yeah, we discussed this, and also I'm going to bring in RBC. We need to coordinate all of these activities to make sure we're supplementing and not undercutting of the existing processes. And then, so we'll coordinate those meetings. We talked about that we had needed to adhere to the district processes that were already in place. But at the time of our planning meeting, Ms. Russell still needed to work with this party to determine what those processes would be. So we didn't have even still today, we don't have the exact answers, but we do know that we can adhere, or we can state that we need to adhere to those processes and use this as an additive process, but it won't in any way impede that. So I know that's not the exact answer, but we need to make sure that it's additive.
Yeah, my concern, I mean, I think this is great, but and I have zero concerns for this property, but for Washington School, it feels like it could be very confusing to the community because we've already done this process. We've told them, like, you know, here's what we're doing, and then to have the county come in with their new consultant and host a forum, it just feels like it is going to kick up a lot of concerns that maybe isn't helpful.
We 100% agree, and that was a part of our discussion during that planning meeting. Whatever we need to do, and again, Ms. Russell had shared that for the county to show that this is a separate and distinct process, that although we are partnering and supporting, that the district is not leading that particular part. That said, even though we would go to those efforts to show that these are separate processes, that confusion is absolutely, we should count on that there will be people who don't understand why this other process is happening when we've gone through the RFP. Again, we don't have enough, we haven't had enough time with the entity that will be doing this, but that is a part of that discussion to ensure that we are communicating as well as we can to the community that these are separate and distinct processes.
Yeah, I had a similar complaint or concern. You know, and also just the fact that if we've already closed the RFP process and then we're having a forum with the public, I don't want people to have a false sense of hope that, you know, they're generating new ideas for the property after the RFP process is already closed. So
I think to consider that you don't necessarily need to do a community meeting for the Washington site. They're two different sites. It's a grant that the county we've taken a part with, but there's always that possibility that since the RFP is closed on the Washington site that we don't consider doing the community input because it might confuse people, right? And the RFP deadline is already closed, so we could always share the feedback that we did receive, since it was video recorded, with the third party to say, hey, here we held the community town hall, and here is a summary of what took place, and we could focus on this property.
I agree.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
I'm just trying to, because the property that we have out on the east end that is actually county, it is in the county, the agricultural property, and I can always get Sudden and Jewett Estate confused in my mind, so I can't remember which one it is. But that actually is in county jurisdiction, so might make more sense, and feels like there's less, it's sort of less of a hot button topic than Washington School. So that, I don't know if that, does that not serve your purposes as well? Like, I mean, is that not as good an option for the study?
I mean, I kind of defer to you all on your direction and board direction on this, or Dr. Castro.
When we originally conceived of the idea, what we were trying to do was to maximize the expertise of an additional point of analysis that would aid the board in making a complex decision in one of the most complex properties. And that's how we were approaching it. You're absolutely correct that the process would be much simpler with that other property, and would be less contentious. Our intention was to pick two of the most complex properties to be able to aid the board in making what will be inevitably just a really challenging process to meet as many needs within the community as they expect us to use for those properties. So the ESC is, we know, being the most complex logistically, and then Washington School being the next most complex, not just logistically, but for other reasons as well.
But that additional parcel of land, the RFP is also out at the same time as the Washington and Avenue.
Yeah,
as
but
well.
it's less complicated,
Yes.
right? Like, I guess, so from a practical standpoint, the RFP process would close beginning of December, but we would hold off on making a decision on those RFPs until this process is done?
I'll ask Ms. Russell to see about what that timeline would look like, knowing that the board has the discretion, especially going to the ad hoc committee, to do the evaluations. The board, or the ad hoc committee, and therefore subsequently the board, isn't obligated to act within any particular timelines. We would need to see what that overlap and what that delay would look like before I could really say one way or the other. But yes, you're correct that the intention would be to accept that, maybe start the analysis on both, and given that the board has the discretion as to when they act and under what conditions, then we would be able to incorporate that analysis as well.
Yeah, but I've just been thinking about this, and if I'm going to put a bid on a property and then I see that there's presentations going on about the county, and I see where the RFP is going to close, and then I see that the same property that I'm looking at is scheduled to still be in a presentation, I wouldn't do it, because you're not going to go up against the county. If you know the county is interested in doing something, whatever it is, someone from a private industry is not going to say, I'm going to put a bid in that, and then after the RFP closed and all the bids are in, and then you see that in the future there's going to be community outreach and public comment about something that I don't understand it. I don't understand why this property would be done like that, because we know what we went through with Washington School, right? It's a hot time. We've already had forums.
Yeah, I think the timeline when we applied for this grant was quite a bit a while ago, and so it just took a while for everything to take place. So at the time that we had submitted the names of the two sites, it was almost over a year ago. So it was quite a bit of a while.
Maybe you could put like a disclaimer on the bottom of this property that maybe RFP closes on this day. So even though everyone sees what's going to happen, that they see that on this property, because I see a lot of trouble and headache. Because I'm on the property subcommittee with Sabrina as well, and I see a lot of headache coming if we don't put something on this property, some type of disclaimer, whatever it is, on the bottom, so that people see that there's something different about the Washington School. So I think we should talk about that at our next meeting or something.
Well, first of all, the feedback is really helpful because, as we said, I feel bad in that we've wanted to make sure that we put this on the agenda for exactly this purpose, to elicit the board's feedback about how you were feeling, because we do need to get this feedback back to the group about what that analysis would be. And if the Washington school were to not be one of the sites, we need to determine whether we then only go forward with one, or if we have the opportunity to shift, what that would look like. And I don't have the answer for you this evening, but that would be something that we would explore.
But I do want to say thank you for including us, and we really do appreciate the expertise. It's not for lack of appreciation of the, of including us, but the process has already been
certainly understand.
Very
yeah, and I think that
complicated.
was part of the rationale of coming here to talk a little bit more about the update and where things are. And so, I think there's some opportunity to talk a little bit more offline and determine kind of how this might work with our consultants and work through this. So. Especially hearing your concerns.
And just before we finish, I actually want to also share our appreciation for you. You came to us and sought out our support for this idea that you had to help us maximize the utilization and the benefit to the community. So I just want to say thank you. I know you weren't in control of the timelines, but thank you for just the energy that you brought to this process and partnership. It felt really good to have the county assisting us in any way that you could, not necessarily knowing what was going to become of this. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. It's been really refreshing to be able to work with you.
Absolutely, and likewise. I mean, this issue of housing it's education policy. It dictates education policy. So we definitely see the importance of this and ways that we can support the district and your goals and educating our population.
Yeah, please don't take this as any reflection of you. This is just a
it's
conversation
a
that started a long
Absolutely.
time ago. But
I got
anything
a
you
board
can do
I
for
got.
us, please, we'll hear. Keep
I got
us
my
in
own board
mind.
that I get to hear from, so I totally get it. And it's important, and these are important discussions. So definitely appreciate the discussion from you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we are going to go back to the rebranding of VACE, Ventura Adult and Continuing Education.
Thank you. And for this, I will be working with Dr. Scott McNutt, who has the clicker up there, so you can do the driving if you would like.
Thank you. Oops, say that again. Oh, good. Thank you.
We will walk you through why we're recommending the new name and logo tonight. We've talked a little bit about the process. VACE went through the exact same process that ELOP went through, the feedback we received from stakeholders, and finally the proposed name and logo, hoping that you'll provide some feedback and consensus so we can possibly move forward or go back to the drawing board. Scott.
All right. As you know, our current VACE logo and name have served us well for many years, but both are showing their age. You guys have that original logo there. The logo design and color palette feel dated and somewhat juvenile. The name is difficult to read on different materials, and the two trees in the design reference a landmark that is in jeopardy of not existing in the same form. In addition, the words continuing education no longer fully reflect who we are today. We've evolved into a fully accredited career education program, providing clear pathways to in-demand jobs for adults across our community. Serial Creative, the marketing firm that we worked with, just like Laurel did, two of their people on the team that did our rebranding are VACE graduates. So that, when we were talking name, continuing, and career, the continuing was a note that they gave us from one of our first meetings where, as alumni, that they felt like that could evolve into something else. So we kind of took that and kept talking about that. But we wanted a new identity that reflects growth, opportunity, and empowerment, one that better aligns with our mission and the needs of today's learners. Based on feedback from staff and students and our stakeholders, even though some elements need updating, our acronym VACE carries a strong community recognition and pride. For that reason, we're keeping it. The current logo's symbols, such as the sunrise and sense of renewal, have meaning, and we wanted to retain that spirit while giving the brand a more modern and professional look. This rebrand gives us the opportunity to preserve what people love about VACE while evolving its look and name to represent the exciting future of adult and career education.
And I already talked about the process that it had to go through. VACE did engage stakeholders throughout the entire process, including staff, students, for input several times throughout the process, and actually had a very long meeting at the very beginning with several of their staff members to really kind of refine who they are and where they're going.
We made sure this process reflected the voices of those we serve and our team. Our engagement included multiple meetings with VACE staff, including a half-day retreat to reflect on who we are and where we're headed. We also gathered input through surveys from staff and students and examined branding trends among similar programs and local community colleges. This feedback directly shaped the name, logo, and message you'll see tonight. It ensured transparency, authenticity, and community ownership throughout the process. After several months of research, design, and collaboration, we're proud to introduce our new identity, Ventura Adult and Career Education, or VACE. We keep the acronym, but evolve the name to more accurately represent what we do, preparing adults for meaningful careers, not just continuing education. Our new logo reflects progress, professionalism, and growth while maintaining a connection to Ventura's spirit and legacy.
The brand, as you can see, is an updated look. It's a new way of expressing who VACE is, because VACE is reinventing itself. Ventura Adult and Career Education empowers adults to build careers, not just continue their education as they move forward. They help students from every background transform goals into opportunities through accessible, high-quality learning. And this change reflects VACE's evolution from continuing to career with clear pathways to success, which they've put into place. VACE's promise, based on all of our meetings that we've had with staff and what they believe they can promise to their students, is empowerment, connecting who adults are with who they want to become, opportunity, opening doors to meaningful careers and personal growth, and excellence, providing accredited high-quality programs that prepare students for real-world success. So as part of the process, we did look at other logos and we threw around various names. But some designs incorporated elements like books or graduation caps, but were ultimately confusing or it just simply didn't resonate with staff or students. Stakeholders felt that these strayed too far from the current recognizable VACE brand identity, which people like, but also felt still was dated. They knew we needed to do something new, but liked the old brand. The logo we're presenting tonight was the most favored by staff and students by a very large margin.
That's true.
It is clean, modern, and aligned with our district's design standards, so I like it. We're committed to implementing the rebrand, again, in a fiscally responsible way. Anytime you do a rebrand, I sat down with Scott to explain what some of those costs would be up front, but how we could do that in a hopefully low, no-cost way to begin with. You don't replace T-shirts, you don't replace jackets, you don't do those things until you need to, until you would normally replace those things. So we would not be ordering everything up front. We would, though, change website, their colors and their logos. We would do building signage. Luckily, right now it says Ventura Adult and Continuing Education, so only one word needs to change. Digital materials are easy to update, but things like brochures and things we would wait until we actually needed to go back to print when those are outdated. The costs were anticipated during our planning, and they will come out of VACE funds, which Scott is ready for, and we would also launch a communications plan, obviously to let students know and to let staff know. They already have an inkling that something's coming, but we would do more of a brand reveal. We're really proud of how collaborative this all was. We really worked closely with Cyril, but VACE, their staff really stepped up to the plate to give a lot of really good feedback. So tonight we're requesting feedback on the new brand and the new name.
The question I would have is basically the same thing was with Ocean. Was the cost to do all that the same, or was it different?
It was a little different. Their needs were different. So I think we're coming out at approximately $12,000 at the end of the day, $12,500.
That's right.
We didn't have to go through as many logo processes as we did with ELOP. So that's why it is going to cost a little bit less. And their meetings did not take as long as the ELOP meetings did because they had several of them. So that's where the cost differential is a bit there.
And Scott, I just wanted to take the silence real quickly. Can you share the anecdote from when we had the chamber all together for the principal for a day.
I
Like,
was-
you just share that because I think that was priceless. Yeah.
So we had the principal for a day luncheon at VASE, and they gave me a minute to go talk to the chamber members and to the principals. And I was telling the group about VASE and alluding to some of the things that we're going to be doing, rebranding and revamping what we're doing. And there's a name change pending. And Stephanie Caldwell, I think, said, "Do you want to tell them what the new name's going to be?" And I looked at Dr. Castro, and he looked at me, and he gave me like the quick nod that I could.
Yeah, just like just noting that the board needs to take action on it, right? That's very clear.
And I said Ventura Adult and Career Education instead of Ventura Adult and Continuing. And it's when I said career, they were like, "Oh, yeah." And I was like, "Oh, all right, that's a good sign." So we had consensus from the chamber.
Well, I just want to thank you for retaining the acronym. I think, the consistency, especially the reputation that VASE has developed, we don't want that to be lost.
Absolutely.
So thank you for keeping the acronym. Love the new name and love the logo.
Thank you.
Same. My one bit of feedback on the logo is it's not consistent with our color identity. And so if there's a way to use, like the goldenrod is pretty similar, right? But the orange is not as vibrant and the blues are different shades of blue. So if there's a way to keep our same palette, but I love the design, right? But I just think colors connect people, and so when you have consistency in the colors, then people, they'll identify it as a VUSD thing, which I think is helpful both for us and for VASE. But I think the new name is fantastic, and I love the forward-thinking aspect of including career as opposed to continuing education, because so many people do come back to, they come back to VASE to build their next professional life, which is such a resource for the community. So I think it's great.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I like the logo. It's good. And again, I think the color choice could be different. Just to agree, be something more closer to the district, like you said, or like Sabrina said, continuation of colors would connect us, from the district to base. But I love it. I love career. I think that makes more sense, right? Especially where base has gone and where you're leading it. I think that's perfect.
Thank you.
Wow, we're doing some weird stuff tonight because I like it this way because it's almost like from JV to varsity where you have a different color. So it's not the same. It's not high school anymore. It's a whole different thing. But it's kind of weird that we flipped on both. But no, it's great. Keeping the VASE, I think that was the home run on that part. So thank you for all the work you guys did.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a conference item with educational services.
So while you're getting the clicker, it makes me sad that we're doing this so late because this is the reason we're all here. It's really important data, and unfortunately, anybody who started watching our meeting has long since gotten tired and gone to bed. And so
Still getting texts from some directors. So the directors
okay.
are
well, the
still
ones that are
watching.
sitting back there are still awake. But I mean, because this is really what it's all about, right? And I think in the future, if we can move these things to the front so that the public gets a chance to see this, not just the five of us.
Well, thank you. This is both a standard, a little bit of a standard yearly presentation on the dashboard, but also it's a combination with a special request the board made earlier to talk a little bit about how these three things, the dashboard, the LCAP, and SIPSAs combine to form our accountability system, our goal-making system, our resource allocation system. So it's a little less heavy on the 60 slides that you have come to know and love from me at this time of year, and a little bit more about the general way in which the state has us and the way in which we design our response to the accountability systems and our resource allocation systems. So that's really what this is designed to do. So I want to just at the outset say that I know that some of this will be unsatisfying because, at least for me, who I'd love to dive into the hundreds of slides that I could give you about all of the data that has come through on the dashboard. We're going to do that on Thursday night in our first LCAP committee meeting, 5:30 here at the ESC. So that's our first meeting of the year where we dive deep into the data. But I hope to be able to provide the board and the public with a good overview, and all of this data and more is on the dashboard, the California Schools dashboard. Okay, so I'm not going to go through this at length or in too much depth, but this is the background to how the state constructed the dashboard. And so before we look at it, so that everyone understands that the dashboard is not just the dashboard, it's connected with our LCAP, it's connected with our SIPSA. There really is a nexus between those things. It was designed primarily to address performance gaps among student groups. So while our global performance level is important, that yellow, orange, green, blue, the real story is in the student group data, and that's not just because that's what we prefer, that really is the state model. Not only that, is that the state designed this to both highlight performance, to value high performance, but also to try to value growth. So there's a good example later on where I'll show you that we grew, but we didn't get a new color in our pie chart, whereas we're higher than the state, but the state has a better color than us because they grew a little bit more, even though we had outpaced them in years past. So there's some fundamental challenges sometimes to understanding this, but what the state is trying to do is value these two things and express these two things, both a valuing of performance and a valuing of growth. And of course, what the state's trying to do is trying to say, look, there's academic performance is really important. Graduation is critical. It's a capstone metric for the district. However, there are other things that are also really valuable, like the college and career indicator. We're trying to create coherence in all these things and not be overly reductive by looking at one thing or not having separate metrics standalone, independent of each other. And in this particular principle, it addresses the LCAP process, and so that's why our first LCAP is the dashboard analysis. So again, that's just an overview of how the dashboard was built, very cursory, and how it's designed to connect with the LCAP and SIPSAs. So there are two. These are our tiles. These are our performance levels. These are the metrics that we have, these 7. And in the top 7, that's how we performed in 2025 and as a district. And the bottom 7 is our performance levels for these 7 metrics in 2024. So you can see that we declined in 1. So we had a declining performance level from yellow to orange in chronic absenteeism. We maintained in the majority of the others. We increased in 1, and perhaps arguably maybe the most important one, English language arts. I mean, that's a central value of the board. That's a central goal in our LCAP. And so we're really pleased about that growth there. But again, this disguises a lot of variation in our schools, school to school. It disguises a lot of variation between student groups. And so, again, diving into those would take a lot of slides, but I'm going to try to highlight for you and the public what is most salient for us as a Ed Services division and for our district. Okay, so what stood out to us upon reflection and analysis when these came out is, most importantly, I mentioned the first bullet point there, but the second point is that we have achieved something that is really noteworthy and impressive in that we have the highest graduation rate in our modern era, and I'm talking about decades and decades, as far back as we can go. And graduation rates were constructed differently over time, and the state always says, don't look at don't compare your current graduation rates with the ones that we used 20 years ago. They're different, but so in this modern era, we are significantly high. Right now, we're significantly higher than the county, than the state, and that's a result of a lot of dedication and work to our credit recovery processes, all the work that Daedra and others have done with Pacific High School in the past years. It's a partnership with VACE. It's a systematic emphasis on graduation, and the highest performing group in terms of increase year to year is our students with disabilities in graduation. So we're really pleased with that. And overall, and this is what I alluded to earlier in the evening, is that our students with disabilities, particularly in secondary, had tremendous gains. I mean, so when you see, you always get really excited about double-digit increases because those don't happen all the time. But double-digit increases in the area of 40 points, 50 points, that's what we were seeing in secondary. And that, you don't get those magically or randomly. You get those through structural changes. So here's, going back to the graduation rates, you can see here where we've been kind of in the modern era and where we are now. And so we're just really pleased. And again, I called this earlier a capstone metric, and there's no one metric that is maybe as important. Not that other metrics aren't important, but we are designed to, at minimum, get our students over the finish line because of the power and the meaning of a high school diploma for students in their lives. It's something that it has to be a fundamental definition of success for us. So for us to be able to say we're at 95%, I'm still really excited about getting that other 4.8%. And we're going to continue to work on that. But I just want to applaud the work of all of our schools, and that's TK-12. I really do believe in early intervention in elementary. That breeds results and success later on. So it's not just some of the structural changes we've made in secondary, but it really is system-wide.
And Greg, if I could just, I'm sorry, I just wanted to add real quickly. We wanted to honor the language that was provided by the state, and I want to thank Daedra and Greg for trying to reach out, because we got a little bit competitive in this. We wanted to go back a long time to find out, is this like the highest graduation rate ever, but we wanted to honor the state. But just as a point of reference, going back to 2009, knowing that the methodology changed at the cutoff that we use there, the previous highest graduation rate before these last 2 years was 92.4. And we had reached those heights in 2015-16 and in 2013-14. So just as a point of reference, and again, we have to honor the state's methodology. We're not supposed to make that comparison, but I just wanted to show that that's we're very, very proud of what the district has accomplished. Sorry, thank you.
I was just going to ask. So when we look at the 4% of students who are not graduating, does that take into consideration students who complete with a certificate program, or do they count as students who are graduating?
Well, that's a good question. So I'm going to defer to our resident expert, but my understanding is it's diploma students.
Diploma students only.
Yeah, not certificate of completion.
So if a parent and an IEP team choose a certificate path for a student with disabilities, I mean, that's a choice, right? Like, it would be interesting to look at how many students that is and what that would do to this number, right? Like, because some parents and students choose that because it's the right choice for their family, but then this number would be even better, right? If we factor that in.
That's correct. And we actually, when we dig into as we are digging into the data in the college and career indicator, would give us some other metrics along those lines. Yeah.
Just another question on high school graduation rates with regard to students that we can't find. Years ago, the state used to hold against us, if we had a student that didn't graduate that had been in our system, and you used to have to try to find out where they went. And if you couldn't find out where they went, they counted that against you. Do they still do that?
So yes and no. The evolution of this system, which is why I wanted to honor the state's guidance, CDE's guidance, they now track. I just keep breathing. We're making it through. Yeah, we're making it through. Our metrics are so sophisticated now that and I can't speak to the students because I'm sure there's some students somewhere in the system that get lost, but part of why the state takes the additional time to post these data is because they now track each student by their SSID. And so they are ensuring that if that's, there are a whole bunch of metrics in the technical guide, like by the dates. Like if you had 25 days here and you weren't a part of this, like the testing time, you moved to the other district. So I'm sure somewhere in there are some students that are accounted for. But per the state, they are effectively accounting for all students, but using a very sophisticated cutoff points through the technical manuals that they give us.
Yeah, I was thinking more of some of those students that may go back to their home country and not finish because they've had to move for family reasons or whatever.
You're absolutely right. If that's the case, if they are outside of our school system, we would lose the ability to track those students as part of our metric. Yes.
And just to hover a little bit longer on graduation, because it's a point of strength for us, and I'll note some areas where we need to improve, of course, as well. But this matrix is, if you recall, a few board meetings back, I explained how this worked, but just for the benefit of the public, remember, this is the balance of performance and growth. And so you can see the growth or not on the top, whether you declined year over year, significantly declined, maintained, increased. So that's where you would find yourself in terms of the growth model, and then on the level of your performance, that's where you'd find yourself. So what we have here is not just a really high graduation rate buoying a moderate or lower graduation rate for other student groups. Sorry, that sentence didn't work. A really high graduation rate for some student groups that is helping to pull and buoy a really low graduation rate, so it's an average, which is sort of a false expression of what's really going on. We really do have increasingly a compression of all of our students in these upper quadrants, in the greens and the blues where we want them to be. So that doesn't happen on all of our metrics. And just as a point of honesty, that's an area where we need to improve. We do have performance differences in our student groups. We've talked a lot about them. That's one of the primary roles that, of the LCAP, of the SIPSA, that are designed to address those high-need students so that we don't have this bifurcated bimodal system. But it's important to note where it's happening less and starting not to happen as much, and so we're seeing that here in graduation. So I just want to thank the board for and our staff and our community for having that emphasis in our LCAP and where we can shepherd those resources, because I think this is transformative for those students and those families.
Can I ask real quick about 2 or more races? What does generally that mean? Is that individuals that answer but basically what I'm trying to get at, because you have Hispanic and Latino, and typically, you see individuals that say they're Native American or Hispanic or both, and you see that a lot. So I just want to kind of get an understanding of why this area declined, and a lot of the other,
Yeah. Well, I mean, Dr. Kester, you can describe more. It's a very small group, and when we have small groups, they can bounce around a little more significantly. So that's why when you see some of the bigger student groups moving, it's not just the randomness of the year, because you're writing the fundamental volatility of a small group in a statistical model. But the 2 or more races for the VUSD is a fairly small group.
I don't have a lot to add other than to say the parents decide when they select their demographics. They select if they select multiple races. So that's the 2 or more races. Often we have students who are at least one of the parents or the parent who's identifying them. Oftentimes, one of those races is African American or Black, but that can shift over the time. And the last thing I'll just add what Greg said is that you asked the why. Right now, we wouldn't be able to know why yet looking at this data. We would then need to do that next layer of analysis, which is looking at the students who were identified within this data set as being two or more races. What was different about their decline? Part of that answer, and this is where, as Greg said earlier, you can really get lost in the data. There are additional reports that give us the next layer of indication, which is this is a point of comparison between this year's group of two or more races and last year's graduating cohort of two or more races. And if they held steady or declined or improved, it's against the previous cohort's performance. So but again, that still doesn't answer your question why, but it does say why it answers why there was movement on this grid, on this matrix, because it's a comparison between two different cohorts over two different graduating classes.
I was curious, on this one, we don't see Indigenous or African American. Is that because they're in orange and red?
No. No, it may be the size of the cohort where they don't produce them.
That's exactly right. When you look at a different view of this, when you look at the dials, the color dials by student group, it will show a group that did not have a numerically significant number to be included in this. And that's actually, that question has come up before, where you'll ask, well, why are they here in this metric, but we don't see the data in that one?
Yeah, we talked about that before.
And it's kind of just a general, I don't want to say frustration, it's an acknowledgement that when you don't have enough in one group, they don't report that, but when they do have enough in another group for another indicator, you'll see them in that indicator. And that's just per the state.
And I just had a freak out moment that I accidentally made it seem like there were no one in the red and orange. I cut that off because there's no groups in the red and orange yet. So I'm not trying to disguise anything yet.
And to further answer James's question, in our community, it doesn't sway that enough, but you can actually have two cohorts of the same family and you're comparing them, but depending on who filled out the questionnaire. Because some families that are two races, the mom might say, yes, we're a dual race, and then the dad comes and vice versa says, no, we're one race. And it could be a brother and a sister that was a junior and a senior, and now your numbers are even messed up because of that too.
Okay. So as you know, our LCAP goal number one is to improve academic performance and decrease the performance gaps between students. And so these are the dashboard metrics that fundamentally relate to that LCAP goal number one. And so this is what appears on the dashboard after you one click into the general performance level. You can see a couple things. So you can see not only your color, you could see that the performance level color, you could see that before, but you can click back and forth between all students in the state, and I'll show that a little bit later. It shows you how far below standard you are, so it doesn't just say, here's your performance color. You can see whether or not you increased, whether or not you, and how far you are below standard. So you can see for English Language Arts, our district increased 8.6 points, which is important, significant. A lot of years you're just either maintaining and if you go to English learner progress, which is an area that we need to improve on. And this is probably where we had some of the larger spread of performance in our district school by school is in the LP, the English learner progress indicator. But my point is that getting 8.6 points increase as a district generally indicates a significant structural change is happening.
Can I ask real quick with
Sure.
the I guess it goes to the other ones as well. The English learner is based off the LPAC, and that's and that progress is rated by, if they're making between a 1 or 2 or 3 or 4.
Right.
And that's the same thing with the CAS, right? It's the same kind of process. So the progress is based off of how they did last year or how that particular grade.
Well, so no, so this is not, so on English language arts and math, it's not cohort progress, it's year-to-year progress, different students. The English learner progress monitoring indicator is about whether or not students themselves are making progress towards being reclassified as English language proficient. Anything else, Dr. Castro, to add to that? That one's a more complex metric.
No, the only thing that I'll add is that in this year's reporting of data, that the state added long-term English learners. And so when you took a look at the graduation rate, I think I just want to draw that distinction between we have what we call LTELs, our long-term English learners. I just want to reiterate what Greg said, that although they are still English learners and they have been in our system for a long time, the outcomes generally for our LTELs versus those who are our designated as English learners are very disparate. And I just wanted to reiterate that we have additional work to do there.
And just to, excuse me, I don't think I finished on the last slide here. Okay. So we highlighted a couple areas of strength. I want to make sure that I highlight a couple areas where we absolutely need to spend a lot more time and emphasis. And math is something where we've plateaued. We haven't bounced back to sort of pre-COVID levels. We're seeing that bouncing back and even exceeding that in English language arts, but we're still relative to the state and the county. We're performing 1 or 2 percentage points higher, but we're not seeing the growth that we want to see in a core, incredibly important academic metric. And again, in the English learner progress, that we're seeing schools that have been traditionally weak in this area. And I'll just call out Ventura High School. We had some years where they were very weak, but now they're just off the charts. They have significant improvements in that area, and that's born of a lot of structural work. EL, multilingual liaisons, family liaisons, much more focused work coming out of our multilingual department for testing and pre-testing, motivation talks, and all kinds of systems that we think are helping. But it's not helping broadly enough. So we need to do some work with some specific schools to improve their EL work. So the college and career indicator is an area of strength. And again, the college and career indicator identifies students upon graduation as either prepared or approaching prepared based on a variety of ways. The state would say, hey, you're ready to take the next step. You have passed AP classes. You have achieved and met or exceeded standards on CASP, math and English. You've taken dual enrollment courses. So there's a variety of different ways, CTE and A to G. So I think it's a really elevated positive metric the state has put together, saying there's a lot of different ways to post-secondary success. So that's one that's really exciting for us to see us performing well in. I want to spend a little bit of time on what we'll do tomorrow or in 2 days at the LCAP too, but also how you can bounce between all students and the state with those top buttons. And so you can see, again, our graduation rates were really strong. So that's an area of strength for us, particularly given relation to the state. So kind of an interesting color issue here, though. Look, on chronic absenteeism, we have a lower chronically absent percentage than the state, which is good. We want a lower chronically absent percentage, but we have a lower performance level with orange. So you can't always look at the performance level. You've got to drill down a little bit and look at really where you're at, and sometimes putting in perspective of where the state's at, because some of these broad trends that we're experiencing are occurring broadly. But I think the thing to note about chronic absenteeism is our ADA is increasing. Hassan is very excited about that, as am I. But we have increased chronic absenteeism. So essentially, the kids who are coming more often. We have a small group of students that is increasingly more chronically absent. So again, that's that bimodal, that bifurcation that we want to compress and avoid because we want our systems to work for all students. So
And what's the number of absences for chronically absent, just for the public? It's like 10.
10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you miss 10 or more days, you're chronically absent.
Yes.
You can make the whole school year, but if you miss
That's
those
right.
10 days.
That's right. Maybe it's a good time to highlight. We do have absent. I'm totally blanking on. Thank you. Saturday school. I don't know what I was going to say. We have ways that students can recover. Absence recovery. That's not the right word. What's the word? Attendance recovery. Okay, what time is it? Okay, thank you. We have attendance recovery processes. We also have ADA recovery processes. So, I don't know where I was going with that. That was a complete fail last 30 seconds.
And that's also a process of the state, because I remember we had to be away from school for a significant amount of time, and there were kids from other states who actually counted their kids just because they filled out a form and they were in school with a teacher on set, that they actually got to count that student as being in school. And it was very difficult for our student, which was my son, to even stay enrolled. So we had to do different things. And so, I mean, that's something probably legislative we have to deal with, but it was difficult to try to keep everything going, knowing that he'll be coming back to school. So it's kind of hard in California.
I was going to save this point for my superintendent's report later. You had asked that at regular meetings that we give that update on attendance, but this seems like the right time to do this now. So I want to thank our student support for this stat. So the overall attendance rate from August 13th through October 24th was almost 96%. During the month of October, just October, it was slightly below that. It was basically 95.5.
Okay. This is our 5x5, as it's called, for ELA, and you can see here that we have an increase in our performance metric for ELA. So this is another area of strength for us. We obviously want to continue to see it to grow significantly, but what you can see here is that the students. The majority of our student groups are in the far columns, which means they all increase. So again, I think that's really important. Not all, but the majority of them. And what that says is that our increase is not a result of an average of a few high-performing groups and some low-performing groups, and that's what we want. That's what LCAP goal number 1 is about. It's high performance, but it's not high average performance. It's high performance with decreased student gaps. So this is another area of strength for us, because in the past we have had really significant, the distance, literally, the geographical distance on this chart between our students groups has been much broader. So the fact that they're starting to coalesce means that we are having a systematic impact on student learning. So that's what we need to have with our all of our metrics. With math, we're not having that yet. You see more spread between our student groups in math. You see spread between our schools on some metrics, and so that's an area that we're focusing on. LCAP goal number 2 is about creating positive environments for students to connect to school, and so the suspension rate is one of the metrics. It's not a perfect metric for this. We have lots of other metrics in our LCAP to determine that, but in the state dashboard, this is where we're at. So we declined. We didn't change our performance level or color, but nonetheless, we're still declining, which is good, which means alternate means of correction are working, which means that all of our mental health interventions, preventions are working. So I just want to give a lot of praise to that work, because that's a multifactorial result of a lot of different things that we're doing in our system. And another significant point of strength, and again, I just want to emphasize this, and we've been doing that all night, is if you see the size of some of these increases and district-wide, and if you then drill into specific secondary sites, those numbers become 30, 40, and in several cases 50s, which I've not seen before ever, really, honestly. So the fact that it's happening everywhere in all of the metrics, again, is very meaningful for this board, this community, this district. It means that there's something systematically happening rather than just we crossed our fingers and hoped for the best, and it's sort of, we had a good year, we lucked out. And that's what my message is to the team, that's what my message is to the community, is that we're almost there. We're doing the right kinds of structural things.
And Greg, if I could just interject real quick, there are last couple special board meetings, I just talked about one of the things that's, it's not just a challenge for me, but it's a challenge for a lot of educators, that we have to maintain a fundamental belief that incremental progress is required and necessary without completely abandoning the idea that amazing progress is equally possible. And this is what I was trying to say, that you can see that we have to be dedicated to the idea that in some cases we need to expect incremental growth, but we should never limit ourselves to say only incremental growth is possible. And this is one area where that shows up. So just wanted to make some connections there. Thank you, Greg. Sorry for interrupting.
And real quick, those are huge increases. That's wonderful. So I really appreciate all your work, all the special ed teachers and general ed teachers supporting our students with disability. But I'm curious with the color. This is what parents look at. So even though we increase by, double digits, yet we're still in the orange. Is that relation to the standard? Because we're a far distance away from the standard, yet we're making incredible progress. So how come it's not that way?
That's exactly correct. So the performance level for this student group was very low in these areas. And so significant improvement, remember that 5 by 5, significant year-to-year improvement, but still low performance. So we still have a ways to go to compress the performance levels between students with disabilities and students without disabilities. However, we've done something structurally to make a big change rather than just we're getting little bits of growth and maybe in 20 years we'll get there. So this is, if we can continue on this path and continue to lean into the kinds of changes we've made, we can get there much sooner. So yeah, and I just want to highlight, and I'm not talking about specific schools, that would be a near endless presentation, Hassan, but I'll just say that, for example, Anacapa Middle School, students with disabilities in English, they increased 55 points. That was the largest increase out of any student group anywhere in the district on any metric. And in students with disabilities at Anacapa in math, 30 points. I could say the same thing about Buena and Ventura, but I just wanted to demonstrate the size, because remember, this is elementary and in secondary, and our secondary inclusive processes that we talked about earlier have been in our system now for multiple years, rather than the TKK inclusion, which is in 1 year. So I'm really excited to see about what we're going to be talking about in elementary metrics with this student group in the coming years. Okay. And this is now transitioning a little bit to, okay, this is great. We know that we're working on improving our metrics.
Well, Greg, so I won't cut you off in 2 minutes.
No problem.
We normally take a break at 10. It's 9:58, and you're starting like a different section. Let's take this time to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back to. Well, we got to extend the meeting by 10:30, correct?
Yeah, we have to do it by 10:30, but
You have to do it by 10:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's take the break, and then we're going to come back and discuss how long we need to extend it for. Okay, so 10-minute break. Okay, we're back to continue with the dashboard.
Thank you very much, President Peterson. Yes, so this portion of the...
Oh, I'm sorry. We need to discuss about extending the meeting.
Oh, I am so sorry. Yeah, I just...
So we do need to take a board vote at how long we think we need to extend the meeting beyond 10:30. So do we think 11?
I think 11 would be fine. We only have one more conference item after this and consent, so I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Williams Act.
Okay, so we'll do 11 o'clock. So it needs to be a vote, correct? Entertain a motion first.
I move to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Second.
Thank you. Motion as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Okay.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
President Peterson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And now we'll go back to the California dashboard.
All right.
Wait, no, I'm just kidding.
I will work to be as concise as possible. So this is my own creation here. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take my time then, Counselor. This is just a graphic expression of how the relationship between the dashboard, the LCAP, and the SIPSA. So we obviously have our LCFF priorities from the state. We have local board education priorities and goals. And then we filter all of that through student need, primarily through our dashboard results, not just through our dashboard results, but primarily through our dashboard results. And then that filters down into LCAP and SIPSA creation. And LCAP and SIPSA should have a relationship. Remember, SIPSAs are the single plans for student achievement at the site level. The LCAP is the district's SIPSA, and SIPSAs are site SIPSAs, and they should be complementary, they should be coherent, and they should all reference and be responsive to dashboard data, in particular data where we have struggling students. So just some fundamental similarities and differences. We have goals in the LCAP and the SIPSAs. We have actions in the LCAP and the SIPSAs. We have metrics in all three. In the dashboard, there's no specific goals in the dashboard. We create our own goals in LCAP and SIPSAs. The dashboard doesn't come with any funding. The LCAPs come with funding. SIPSAs have funding, particularly Title I. School sites have to express their expenditures of Title I funds through their SIPSAs. And all three of them are work together in the accountability system. And that accountability system, well, we'll talk about that in just a minute, but the way that it should work is the way that it's working for us, particularly on these two metrics. We should have a goal, we should allocate resources to those goals, and we should see improvements in those areas. That's fundamentally how things should work. So this is a little more complex. I won't spend too much time on this, but this is, again, just to try to help the public and to highlight how these three things work together. Because there should be communication between those two documents. All right. It's a tough crowd after 10 o'clock.
Keep going, Greg. Yeah. Forge ahead.
All right.
Keep going.
More graphs and charts ahead, Counselor. All right. We have an LCAP, a district LCAP, because we have higher than 55% unduplicated. We would not have a district LCAP if we fall below 55%. We would then have site-specific allocations. We would not be able to broadly direct funds, and so that's a major point of consideration. We are currently above 55%, and there are significant consequences to falling below 55% unduplicated. So the LCAP is quasi-restricted because it's focused on serving students who generate those funds, but I know that's a little bit of a paradox with the LCAP, and Asan, it's all created, so Asan and I arm wrestle over it every day. And the funds in the LCAP fluctuate based on, on the duplicated counts. And now all of that connects with the accountability model from the state. And this is what Dr. Castro alluded to earlier. The differentiated assistance model is when you have student groups perform at a low level for multiple years. And we have been in differentiated assistance for the past, I don't know, 3 years. Okay, for student groups, particularly homeless, foster students. And you can see sort of the arc of this over the past several years. And if you just look down to the bottom right of the corner, the end of the story is we exited because we have improved the performance of those student groups out of eligibility for differentiated assistance. And you can see how much we had in 2022, significant numbers, dwindling 2023, a little bit left in 2024, so very pleased to see that. And this is the letter that Dr. Castro referenced.
And I don't want to speak to the letter. I just want to make that connection between the beginning of the meeting. I know there are not many people watching, but I do want the board to know that all of the staff members have contributed to this outcome, just like we had talked about, like the student outcomes. Like we can't do that without a district-wide effort. I do have to say, though, that having been responsible for providing technical assistance to school districts around the county when I was at the county office, part of this also is our ability from a leadership perspective to take a look at our processes to help the rest of the district change how we function. And that isn't possible unless we are looking in the mirror and taking a look at how our processes work or don't work, and look at very strategic and operational shifts in the way that we approach these things. So I just want to, again, credit our entire organization for making this happen, because the alternative would have been, had we not, after this year, there was a little bit of leeway given coming out of COVID with how differentiated assistance worked. Had we not exited differentiated assistance, we would then be obligated to work with the state. And one of the things that I've been updating the board with over the last 2 years is I've been electing to participate in a California Collaborative for Educational Excellence Professional Learning Network of superintendents who are in this intensive intervention process for the purpose of seeing all of the things that they were doing so we wouldn't get there. So we would maintain our own self-determination and not need to give up our autonomy. So it's just maybe hopefully one of the last times we have this conversation. We could, again, depending upon future student group performance, come back into the eligibility. That's always a possibility. But I did want to just take the moment to say that this is a major, major accomplishment. Many districts around the state struggle to get out of where we are. So thank you very much for the time.
Yeah, I think this just tells the same story. You can see over time where we've been. This is talking about the ATSE accountability model and looking at which student groups and what schools and their status. And you can see basically the strongly pink column over on the left. We had many schools that were identified for additional assistance. And then slowly over time, we have exited the majority of those. So that's just congratulations again, like Dr. Kessler said, to the board, this organization, for that work, because that is not happening for all districts, all schools. All right, we have reached the last slide, and this is how I want to draw the comparison between what's happening, what we're going to start with our SIPSA process. It's the new start to the year with SIPSA, and it's a new start to the year with LCAP. They both start the same. They both start with a comprehensive needs assessment. They look at the data. So that's what we'll be doing on Thursday night at the LCAP. And that's what all of our school sites are required to do right now as they start to construct their new SIPSA for the following year, which is look at the data together, be transparent with all of your community partners, both the school site council and the ELAC and other organizations and do a comprehensive needs assessment. Say where do we need to improve? What student groups need additional support? And let's design some actions and shepherd some resources to those ends. So our processes mirror one another, the district LCAP process and the site's school site council SIPSA processes, and we will be bringing you the preliminary SIPSAs in February for your consideration, and we'll be bringing the mid-year LCAP report both in February as well. So that's the alignment. I don't know if I did a sufficient job explaining how the dashboard connects with the LCAP and with SIPSAs, but it really does kickstart our new planning process for LCAP and SIPSA, given the dashboard came out in the last couple of weeks. So that's where we're at. Happy to answer any post-tenor.
Yeah, I'll start with, overall this is good news. And as you've noted, though, there's still room for improvement. And I'm going to try to drill down a little bit. What are we doing to help individual schools or individual principals that may be having particular problems with a group or two that aren't meeting the needs and haven't met the needs over time?
Yeah, that happens a lot at the director level, where our directors provide specialized support to specific principals based on the data. So we've talked a lot about maybe taking that to the next level by grouping principals that need additional support on shared metrics of struggle, whether it's with English learners and developing just a cohort and providing just targeted assistance for those principals. So trying to figure out a way to be more formal, systematic about it. The answer right now is that it's largely our directors are working more extensively with principals that have higher needs with higher numbers of student group underperformance.
And then, Greg, also you've talked about it before, but not today. Then based on the needs, you also have encourage and accept principals to write the specialized plans for the LCAP. So I think that's another important part.
Yeah, actually, that's probably the most important thing. I should have said that first. So we, over the last 4 years in this position, I've created a system in the LCAP where, based on your school's scores, you can make a proposal that aligns with our LCAP goals, aligns with our actions in order to target a specific student group that is performing low at your school. So we solicit those proposals from schools, and that LCAP money that we have designated for those proposals is largely shepherded to those sites that have reds and oranges for student groups, and their proposals have to be research-based, reasonable, targeted to help those student groups. And so, yeah, that proposal process.
Yeah, and I'll just add a little bit of specificity in some other areas. The first is mathematics. We, as noted, have been flat in this area for years. It is not that we accept that result. We just know that with an upcoming process that we will put into the piloting and eventual adoption of a curriculum, the curriculum itself is never the answer to that issue, but it is a time period where our additional attention and intention goes into the pedagogical approaches that we need to shift that come along with that adoption process. So that's something that the board can anticipate on the horizon. And then just to back up what Greg said, or to add to what Greg said in terms of those conversations just get very individual with principals. It's looking at the data, looking at those areas of need, and being very clear about like what that's going to look like. It could look differently on a particular campus. It could be the use of professional learning communities. It could be walkthroughs, it could be observations, staff release time for them to be able to go and see another teacher. There are a lot of, as you know, Dr. Dannenberg, there are a lot of different ways to approach that structural underperformance of a given student group. I wouldn't be able to say that there's one way, but all of those things are part of it.
I guess my question is, how are we ensuring that's happening with all principals to make sure they're trying to move those groups forward?
Yeah, I would just state exactly what we said, that it's the overall, there's the system-wide, then there's the probably school-wide and grade level-wide, and then it gets down to ultimately we support them in structuring how, I mean, ultimately it comes down to also part of the evaluation process too. We haven't mentioned that, but tied to with all that support, what is their plan to address student achievement ultimately? And the evaluation process is also part of that. I hadn't mentioned that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to, I want to, since we're already on that subject, is, when we say something for years, then some type of trickle down effect needs to happen. And not just saying just this one thing, but performance and on the dashboard as a whole is, do you think teachers think that this is something that they're actually evaluating on and there's consequences on? So I don't need a response, but to me, it's when you're ever trying to move something, there has to be, if the result doesn't change, the actions have to change, and we can't say we're telling them to change the same action year after year after year after year. So I think as a whole, on everything we do as a culture at VUSD, is that it can't just go down one level. It can't go down two levels. It needs to go all the way down to the person that's affecting the change. And I don't think, as a culture, when we talk about things like this, I don't think that's our specialty right now, and I think that's something that needs to change, because we've said in this meeting a lot of times talking about things that are on the dashboard and how they should move, but we say years, and I think when something starts happening for years, that we need to do something totally different to affect it.
So similar to what Jerry mentioned, I mean, I guess, so my frustration with the dashboard is that I don't think it's particularly useful, right? Like the information that's there is not very user-friendly. It's designed to be kind of a color schematic, but it doesn't actually tell you very much. And then from a governance standpoint, I spent, a bunch of time looking around. I can pull up individual schools. I can't pull up all of our schools and look at all of our schools across metrics. To me, that's a fatal flaw in the system, because how are we supposed to assess performance if we can't even look at the data in a way that makes sense? And then I'll go to the next step, because I think the alignment with SIPSAs is fantastic, and that intentional work is really meaningful, but we can't see it, right? Our SIPSAs are this thick, we're not going through and like linking back to the data, because you can't even pull up the data in ways that are useful. So this isn't a problem I'm asking staff to fix, but I think as we look at structures, I mean, one of the big things that CSBA is pushing on right now is for the state to more directly engage in closing the achievement gap. And we've been struggling to figure out, what does that look like? What are the specific ways the state could help us close achievement gaps? And this, to me, is like a screaming example of what that looks like. Give us data we can use, right? Like, give us data in formats we can use to govern, so that we're actually able to tie it back to student performance, right? Because I will happily go through all your slides. You know that about me. But the dashboard is totally useless. And yet it's like, who knows how much money they spend on that? And so I think my one request would be, if we can get to a place where our SIPSAs have like a summary page, and I don't know, is that a format that comes from the state?
There's a recommended template, but we have the ability to adapt the template. Yeah,
because
as long
it
as
would
it's in
be really
compliance.
helpful to have like a cover sheet that says areas that were, below green or whatever, right? Groups that were impacted. Here are the 7 things we're doing to try and impact them, and here's how much we're spending on those things, right? Because then year to year, we can go back and say, hey, we did this tutoring program that was supposed to help, our Indigenous community with their literacy scores. Did it work, right? But it's like one thing that we can look at and not a stack of reports. Sorry, I know I'm tired and I'm being long.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Someone has it. No, I really I do appreciate it. I agree with Sabrina that, you know, I never really liked the dashboard, to be honest. And I think a CAS beta is so much more useful and map data is so much useful, you know. However, I do love seeing that our students with disabilities are making gains. That is huge. So please congratulate your team. If Neil's here, I congratulate him. Because those are big, like you said, structural changes, and now we're seeing the impact of those structural changes. So, you know, kudos to everyone. I mean, that was wonderful.
Okay, I'll just throw, since we're piling down on the dashboard, I just want to say one of my perpetual complaints about data is when you're not looking at the same group and you're just looking at, you know, snapshots. You're not looking at that cohort and following it through. So, okay, there's my 2 cents.
Well, James's segue into what I wanted to get consensus from the board is to our next board meeting, televised board meeting, that we do during the superintendent's report, since that's the peak of our viewership, if we can do a highlight of the dashboard and what we are proud of quantitatively on how we've moved stuff, if we can kind of do that during your superintendent's report. But I don't have any other questions.
Yep, thank you.
I guess, board, is that okay to get that done? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I do want to just state too, in terms of the dashboard, agree, and in this, President Peterson, this goes back to your statement about, does this trickle all the way down to the teaching staff? And the answer is no. For all the reasons that you stated, this is a mechanism for achieving institutional change, is not the mechanism. It is barely accessible from a governance perspective, and we then, coming back to your statement or question, Dr. Dannenberg, we then, for the most part, pivot after we look at the needs assessment, then it goes to our local data. We really focus on the local data and local processes because this is a real challenge to be accessible and meaningful.
Okay. Next, we have the report regarding the Williams Uniform Complaint Procedures Quarterly Report.
There were no reports of no complaints filed.
Any question about no reports? Okay. You didn't make a slide for that? Okay, is there anything that needs to be pulled from the consent calendar?
I have a question on 16A5. That's the Ventura County Behavioral Health.
Okay. Is it just a question, or are you trying to, or you want to pull it?
Well,
if it's just a question, Anthony,
we don't have to pull for just a question.
If we need
to get
discussion,
information.
Yeah.
I'll ask the question. You could tell me if we need to have discussion. But I noticed listed on that under activity 3, one of the things that it listed was direct services. And because we're using Healthy Campus to bill insurance companies for direct services, I just wanted some clarification about whether or not, because we're receiving payments for VCOE through this MOU, if that was going to be like a double billing thing with Healthy Campus.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
So this MOU is a result of the grant funds that we just won for, that we were awarded, for our wellness centers through the end of this year. So when I looked at this too, it looked a little bit odd, but it was just a required MOU in order for us to receive those funds. So no, there's not any double billing. We're not taking on any additional county employees or VC. There's nothing like that's happening. But you're right. The language isn't super clear on that. So
Yeah, I'll just add, in case Hassan wants to add anything. Also, in the communication with from VCOE and with VCOE, there was never any indicator that that this would impede our ability to do the billing. And just a reminder that VCOE is also the hub for other county, and there's been no direction that that would somehow affect their ability to bill under Healthy Campus. So it's from our perspective and from the lack of any other direction from VCOE, there doesn't seem to be any indicator that that would be an issue.
Okay, in that case, I move to accept the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Any board reports?
Yeah, I wanted to share with the board that today I had an opportunity to meet with State Senator Monique Limon at her office in Santa Barbara. And the reason I'm mentioning it, because I wouldn't normally, is we had a public comment today that was saying, like, you know, why are we not advocating for the state to provide full and fair funding for public education? And I just want to make it very clear that I am really proud of this board for advocating on a regular basis up and down the state and in DC to fully fund public education. And so, like, that is a conversation we have regularly with the people in Sacramento and with people who have the potential to impact, you know, the federal government. So I just wanted to highlight that. I also did bring up AB 130, which is the trailer bill that impacted surplus land for the school district. So I brought that up. She did not know about that exclusion that prevents us from using our property for anything other than affordable housing. So we had a nice conversation about that. And we also talked about AB 218.
James?
Are we doing board reports at the top? Okay.
Ad hoc.
So at the DLAC meeting on, I don't have the date. It was last week, I believe, December 11th. We discussed basically
November 11th.
Oh yeah, November, or it was something like that. What month is this? Sometime in November, we had a meeting, and we discussed Aries, and there's continual issues with you know, our parents accessing Aries, and they have some questions on that. I just wanted to let you all know. And then we did a Chumash land recognition in the beginning, and finally the Posadas are going to be at Data December 11th. That's why I wrote that there. December 11th at 5 p.m. So Posadas at Data December 11th, 5 p.m.
Okay. Future board items or coming events? Any coming events?
Coming events, I would just say Foothill has their theater program. This is the last weekend. Murder on the Orient Express. From what I understand, all of the dinner tickets are sold out, which that seems like such a cool idea. They're doing like dinner and a show, but you might still be able to get a ticket just to see the show.
And Ventura High School has a concert tomorrow, and so does Buena has their marching band.
And the date for Buena's Not So Silent Night is Friday, December 12th.
And we have the VUSD coming events on the screen. Those that haven't already been listed are there. Teacher of the Month celebration coming up. It's already spoken about. LCAP meeting on the horizon. Thanksgiving for everyone. CDAC, Special Education Parent Workshop, which is something that we instituted a couple of years back, has been just really a high demand activity. So we're happy to bring that back. And then our next DLAC meeting on December 11th. Okay, thank you.
And we're in Fridays around the playoffs, correct? Yep. For Ventura, and we're away.
Agora at 7 p.m.
Agora at 7 p.m. Okay, do we have any need to go back to closed session?
No, but I have a future board item that was not on here. At the October 14th meeting, we had requested that the school site council bylaws be brought back as an action item, and it's not on future board agenda items.
And we had, we'll add it for future board items. I'll follow up with you about that, because we had talked about, responded to the need for it to be an action item. So we'll follow up with you about what that will look like. Thank you.
All right, well, no need to go back to closed session. I entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
President Peterson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Vase.